You know what I think? I think God is giving the good babies, and then the bad people. That's my thought. Hey.
Two-minute warning, counselors, 2-minute warning.
My OCD. Always.
I'm calling the May 13th, 2021 regular meeting of the Roswell City Council to order. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Here.
Counselor Foster,
Here.
Counselor Roebuck,
Here.
Counselor Best,
Here.
Counselor Peterson,
Here.
Counselor Perry, Counselor Kennard, here, Counselor Stubbs,
Here.
Mayor Kintai.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask everyone to please rise while Counselor Peterson leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance and Counselor Foster does the invocation. Counselor Peterson.
The flag, United States of America. Public. Nation. Under God. Justice for all.
Father God, thank you for all the blessings you've given us, and thank you especially for the rain we've had this week and the promise of the rain to come. Be with us tonight and be with all our service people around the world and all our police officers who are keeping us safe. Be with this council tonight and let us make good decisions for the people of Roswell. And in your son's name, amen.
Counselor Kennard.
Yes, sir. I move to approve the agenda with items 8 11 and 14 removed from consent.
I have a motion by Counselor Kennard. Counselor, if you activate your vote box or your motion box, and a second by Counselor Peterson to approve the agenda with items number 8, 11, and 14 pulled from consent. Any discussion or debate on the agenda? Hearing none, seeing none, I will ask for a voice vote. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor of the agenda as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And hearing none, the vote is, Councilor Sanchez, your vote box has not been activated. Oh. Say again? All right. We have it, vote of 9-0 to approve the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple quick items. 1 week from today, on the 20th of May at 5 p.m., we will have a special city council meeting on the preliminary preliminary budget. That meeting will be here in this location. As of Monday, May 17th, all committee meetings will be at City Hall in the large conference room. We will not have committee meetings in this location after this week. Finally, councilors, we will be taking action on some commission appointments tonight. It was recently reminded to me that I should be seeking your input on any of these vacancies. Ms. Sharon Call knows what those are, and you're free to reach out to her and suggest any names. You can also provide the form that they would fill out for contact purposes. And finally, I want to suggest a beginning discussion, not tonight, but in the future. We have a very full agenda this evening, very full. There's speculation this will go much longer than any of us want. And I would like to suggest that counselors, we start considering the option of starting at 5:30 instead of 6. Like I said, I'm not looking for a debate tonight or a discussion. We'll take no action. I'm just seeking your consideration of that possible change. Moving on to item number 3. Ms. Jennings.
Good evening, council, members of the council. Tonight, I have the pleasure to introduce Juliana Helverson with Main Street Roswell as part of the community partners contract. It is in their contract for Main Street Roswell to present their annual report before the city council this evening. They will be addressing and disclosing their financial status, their profit and loss actuals versus budget, salaries, operations conducted during this year, as well as future operations and other information required by you. So with that, I'd like to introduce Ms. Helverson.
Thank you, Juanita. I'm also joined by Molly Boyle. She's going to join us right now because she has some information too. Thank you for your time and consideration. We appreciate you, giving us an opportunity to present.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
We do appreciate you giving us the, time to do this. I have a PowerPoint. We're only going to summarize. You guys have 37 pages, and I know you guys are short on time, but you have 37 pages in your agenda that explain a lot of what I'm going to cover, but in more detail. So if we could get our presentation started, please. Oh, I have a button. I'm in control. Which one? This the forward and back? Okay, I have to be smarter than the machine. So our mission is to build upon Roswell's historical past by creating a sustainable, cooperative, and dynamic downtown district. We are Main Street America accredited. And I do apologize, Mike, we do have the wrong Travis County Economic Development logo, but we have a great partnership with the economic development in the city of Roswell, and without the support from both those organizations, the items you'll see in this presentation would not be possible. Okay, we have recruitment efforts. We created and continually updated the available property listing. That was part of our contract. Kathy Lay did an amazing job getting a hold of all the businesses, and if you go to our website, you'll see information about the businesses that are downtown, and we are going to try to continually update that. Kathy also went constantly on the radio stations promoting the businesses, events, and other things that we are involved in. And again, we did share the available properties on our, there was one post there on the left you can see, on our Facebook page, because we do have it on the website too, because we know a lot of people are not on Facebook, so we do want to get more businesses. So the mandatory COVID shutdown by the state of New Mexico, that really did hurt our downtown businesses. Many of you know, and you saw on Facebook, that they were really hurting. So we did a lot of things that we tried to help improve their businesses. Even if they shut down, a lot of them were forced to create websites for shopping that didn't exist before, and they had to learn a lot. One thing we did add immediately, as soon as the COVID shut down, we immediately added all the businesses. We sent an email out asking everyone, give us information and we'll let them know, you know, if you have online shopping available and that kind of information. We did that right away. We did hold 2 live stream shopping events for the merchants that wanted to participate, and we had over 50,000 video views from the 2 of those. And a lot of them, they said they had, even with COVID, I know Cameron said she had a better day than she'd had even before COVID because of the online sales and everything. And then we did continue with our First Friday downtown markets. I know some of them we had to do virtually, like when we handed out the lightsabers, we had people drive up and we handed it to them. So we still try to continue to get people to downtown and to try to promote the online sales. Do you have anything to add on that? Okay. We did lose a lot of businesses, but we also did gain a lot of businesses after COVID. Molly's one business that did have to be forced to shut down. The sales, they just weren't there for a lot of the people, especially at the beginning of COVID. But we do see now that a lot of them, if you go downtown, you'll see a lot of the shops are now open and they're really thriving. So we're really proud of that. We did, Kathy Lay was just amazing about keeping on top of the information, like from the EDC. Oh, sorry, you can do that. The EDC helped us a lot. Main Street, New Mexico helped us a lot. Kathy stayed on top of all the information, and anytime any kind of grants would come up, she would email all the stakeholders and reach out to them and try to give them information how to recover. West helped us too. We got a lot of the businesses got the PPP funding, the Chamber of Commerce, Hispano Chamber, ENMUR, and Pecos Valley Broadcasting, Nomark, and Majestic Broadcasting helped us publicize a lot of the small business loans and help for these, so they can stay open. We did, okay, that's okay. We did hold special events still through COVID. We did have a virtual UFO festival. We had the costume contests online, but we did also set up a tent in front of the courthouse lawn, and we were doing the passport program. The businesses were able to open, but with, you know, limited capacity. So we encourage people to go into the stores and shop, because a lot of people, they were from other states, and their states weren't as shut down as ours, so they still came to Roswell, but we were able to get them, you know, where they could do something. That helped a lot of that's where Cameron said she did better that weekend than the regular UFO Festival weekend, because people just want to get out. They were tired of being holed up at home. You know, they were desperate to get out, so. We did hold the farmer's market as regular, and that, even the vendors at the farmer's market said it was the best year they'd ever had, because people just were tired of being holed up at home. And the Chili Cheese Festival, we held a scavenger hunt, and that encouraged people to go into the stores and shop, and that went really well too.
The downfall to the Chili Cheese Festival this past year was we were unable to hold the Leprino tours, and that was very disappointing for a lot of people, but we're hoping that this coming year we will be able to reinstate those.
So we do have a lot of partnerships, and I hope I listed them all here, because without the support of all these people on this page, and I sure hope I didn't miss anyone, I do apologize if I did, all the events and activities that we do would not be possible. And I think that's what makes a community, is just having people work together to try to make things happen. We do have a huge amount of volunteers that help us. That's another thing that helps make the community. We have volunteers come out, we do a call out for all of our events that we do, and we actually have a great turnout with volunteers. We're very proud of our volunteer efforts. And then you guys saw downtown at Christmas. That's a big project that we take on, and we're really proud of that one. It's just beautiful downtown. People just love it. And we leave it up now till Valentine's Day, only because people like it so much. And they want us to leave it all year round, but the trees won't. They grow, and they'll grow into the wires, so we have to take those down. And without the help of Excel Energy and McDaniel Home Solutions, and then Wendy Marley, yeah, she organizes the donations and everything, because we do get a lot of businesses that donate too to make this possible.
I believe that there's few that realize that that project right there is approximately $20,000 a year to put up and take down those lights. So through the donations of individuals, corporations, small businesses, big businesses, and the help of Wendy Marley approaching those individuals, this would not happen otherwise. It's a huge undertaking.
Molly here is in charge, well, it's Anthea and Molly, in charge of the downtown benches. So with the help of the community, All Saints Catholic School in the city of Roswell, a lot of people have been collecting the bottle caps, the plastic tops, and everything from different products. I'll hand it over to Molly. She knows more about it.
So the bottle caps, I know that a lot of people have been asking about them. We did have our truck leave to head to Indiana and got turned back in Oklahoma because he did not have all the right paperwork. It was our assumption, because this individual was volunteering his time, he would not have to have an interstate license. He only had intrust. Am I saying that backwards? He was crossing state lines. He didn't think he would have to do it because he was doing it as a volunteer position, and they turned him back at Oklahoma. So he had to come all the way back home. He is actually leaving on Sunday, headed to Indiana to pick up 30 benches. We have the 2 coming in for the city. I'm not sure on the placement of those. I'm sure Juanita has that. All Saints School is getting one. Christ Church, Hagerman, and I think that's being placed at their town hall area. We've got 2 individuals that have sponsored. Rotary Club of Roswell has 3 coming, Emmanuel Lutheran has 2 coming, and Main Street Roswell currently has 18 coming. We don't have all of those locations yet picked because we weren't expecting this many. We have 3,000, I'm sorry, 3,000, it's 6,000 pounds, it's 200 pounds per bench. So we have 6,000 pounds of bottle caps. So you can imagine what that looks like. It is an entire 48-foot trailer filled.
And again, that's a huge community effort, because people from all kinds of organizations collected those caps. One thing we did do this year that's new is we have our Roswell mascots. We thought, people were not happy with COVID and everything, so we wanted to do something fun and exciting. So we had a contest where people submit their pets. And it was a fundraiser too, so the way they won is the more donations they get, the pets that won the most. So Arthas and Yusetta, they won, and they're also available if anyone wants them for any kind of events. You call the family and they'll bring them out. They're brother and sister, and they're beautiful dogs. Another project that we worked on was the downtown mural. That was a grant that Kathy applied for and received, and we partnered with the UFO Museum. And you can see now, if you drive down that part of the town, 2nd and Main, you'll see that there's a huge amount of people that stop there for selfies. So it's a great addition to the downtown area that helped beautify and just, highlight Roswell. One thing we're working in partnership with the city is the Market Walk Great Box Grant. Main Street applied for and received a grant to beautify this area here. We're trying to make an event location. So we're working with the city in partnership with that, and right now it's in the process where it's waiting for the designs for the RFP, and then if that gets approved and everything, then we have to apply for more grants to actually finalize and complete the project. So again, I'd like to point out that, without our partnership, all these events and activities would not happen, and we really sincerely appreciate everything that the city does for us. Next page. And we encourage anyone who's watching online or in the room to follow us. We're on Facebook, website, Instagram, and Twitter, and we're constantly updating those. And then one thing I do know, we did on Tuesday in our board meeting, we did hire an executive director. We had very few applications, but I'd like to introduce Marie Manning. She's been one of our volunteers for like 5 years now, so she's going to be our new executive director, and we're excited to have her with us.
All right, thank you.
Any questions or anything, we're happy to answer.
Counselors, any questions on this matter? I have Counselor Roebuck. Counselor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thanks for the presentation, and thank you for all the work that you do. I know how much work it takes to get those Christmas lights up.
Yeah.
And
down.
And it's a phenomenal thing that really is great for the locals, of course, and also for our visitors as well. Also, too, I sincerely appreciate all the work you guys did in the darkest days of the COVID. I think you guys were very encouraging to a lot of the businesses downtown, myself included. The work you guys are doing, and you were out there fighting for those businesses, and we sure appreciate that. I did have one question. It wasn't about this necessarily, but I know you put a call out for downtown businesses for potential new board members. I was just curious, just generally speaking, how's that going? Have you gotten any good responses
We
to
did
that?
add one new board member from the Hinkle Law Firm, Lori Schatz, right? Yeah. And she has great experience in grant writing and everything, so she's a great addition. I think, I did ask some of Dominic, I think he's going to join, but as for that, we're begging people to join, and they're really busy trying to keep their businesses afloat, but we do want more downtown merchants and more diversity on our board.
Great. Well, again, I appreciate everything you guys have done this past year. It's been an encouragement to those of us in the downtown district.
Thank you.
All right. I don't have any other counselors on my list. Thank you, Ms. Halverson, appreciate you.
Thank you.
And we'll move on. Let the record reflect that Counselor Jason Perry joined us on GoToMeeting at 6:12 p.m. I understand he's still en route to be here in person. Item number 4.
All right, good evening, council. As part of our community partnership contracts, I have the pleasure to introduce you to our economic development point person, Mr. Mike Espiritu, as part of the contract for business development and retention within the city of Roswell. He is to report to the city council on their scope of work for fiscal year 21, disclose their financial statements, profit and loss actuals versus budget, salaries, operations conducted during this year, planned future operations for next year, and any other questions you may have. With that, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Mike Espiritu.
All right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. It's always good to see you and be before you. I will share with you, I have 57 slides. Everyone will take about 20 minutes, and I'll try to move along as quickly as I can. Just kidding.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Spiritu. Have a nice evening.
Well, economic development depends on where you're at and where you come from. Everyone has a different definition. And especially this past year, and we all heard, and we all know, we've all lived it. But, so let me share with you what we've been doing this past year with EDC. I think one of the most important things we did was really reach out to our business community, become involved with the CARES Grant Act and the PPP loans and things of that nature to help our business people still stay in business, hopefully still retain jobs, and hopefully still be able to pay the bills that they have. We visit a lot of folks in our community. The slide tells you, you've got it in front of you, how many folks we visited. We had 289 applications for these grants that we personally worked. A lot of time with businesses, some businesses multiple times. What we learned, Mr. Mayor, councilors, is during the course of talking to so many folks in Roswell, Chaves County, there's a number of people that don't speak Spanish, including me. Although you think I do, I really don't. And what we have done is work towards now putting some more emphasis in what we do in creating Spanish language into our website and promotions and things of that. So we want to try to reach as many people as we can. We just spent a lot of time with folks. This tells you about how many hours we spent. Our whole purpose was to keep people informed. If you notice the first bullet, it says Saddle Barn, in case you don't remember. Saddle Barn is a manufacturer right here in Roswell. They're over on Garden, and they were going to shut down. You know, they make rodeo arena type stuff, right, Councilor Best? And we were able to work with them, get some donations, and keep them in business and keep their jobs alive, and they made masks. And a lot of those masks they donated to the community with the help of a local church and some other wonderful partners. We were able to save those jobs, and now they have grown their work, and very happy that they're still in business. BRE, or Business Retention Expansion, is a big part of who we are, and that's what that is. That's all about outreach and talking to our local business people, explain to them the different resources and connect them to those things they need to stay in business and create jobs. You know, it's so important to realize that so many of them have spent their world's savings to create a business, and we want to make sure we can help them stay in business, and that's why our outreach is so important. Our goal is to see 36 folks a month, and we've exceeded that every month because we feel the need is so great, and we'll continue to do that. One of the other things we do too is we advocate for our expansion industry partners in the JTIP program. JTIP, or Job Training Incentive Program, is a state program that funds money back to companies to offset the cost of training their employees. With it is the hopes of new jobs that are being created. I know that Councilor Stubbs knows very well this program because she's worked it many times. But these companies, as you can see on the slide, is the ones that I personally testified for to the state board with the company, and that's the money they're awarded for those new jobs that are created. We have one more that's going to be happening in June that we'll be testifying with again. We also have facade grants, and this past year we awarded 2. El Toro Bravo Restaurant, you might have seen these in the paper, and also Spaceport Roswell. We've expanded our program, Mr. Mayor. We're going to include more than just the Main Street area, which is important, but we want to include any business that wants to help make a better facade with a little bit of money from us, and we're going to try to help more people than we have in the past because we feel the need is pretty great. And what does that mean to me as far as my budget? I don't know, because at the point that we don't have the funds, I guess we'll stop. We're going to do as much as we can to help as many people and businesses that we can. Julianne talked about partnerships, and everything we do is about partnerships, and you understand that very well. And we have a very strong collaborative partnership with our community college, because it's all about creating a skilled workforce. Every site consultant across the country will tell you their number one problem working for a company is finding a skilled workforce. Number one problem. We take it very seriously on working towards finding some solutions, and we've done that. With career tech education, we're on a pathway with our independent school districts, not only in Roswell, but throughout the Lower Valley, to help create a pathway for young people to enter a profession, hopefully here in Roswell, because, you know, if they're here and they have a job here and they get trained here, they're going to stay here. And they're going to grow their families here, and they're going to make our community better and stronger. We are very involved with the school's aviation maintenance technician program. I was in a video, I'm not sure if that's in here someplace, but I'm in a video with that talked about attracting more students, more young people, and older folks into the program to create that pathway for them so they can get a good job right here in our community. We've also created a general mechanical technician certification program. That's a mouthful, but that's because not everyone needs an aircraft mechanic or an automotive mechanic. They need a mechanic of some type to work on something. So in concert with Eastern New Mexico University, we've created a program, hopefully to launch this fall, with program and coursework they already have to provide a new certification program faster to create a somewhat skilled workforce for people that need them. You know, we need them in our dairies, we need them at Leprino, we need them in a lot of different places that we just don't have a qualified or skilled workforce to be able to do that. Apprenticeship programs, big part of what we do. I believe we are leading the state of New Mexico in apprenticeship programs. Because I found that with the ability to partner with Eastern and our local business industry, we can help create the pathway to educate people, and not just the students from high school, but people to find a pathway into another skilled profession. We've got several companies on board already, and we're looking for more industries to be also part of that. So you'll hear more about that in future opportunities. And lastly, we did apply with Eastern for a grant with FAA for $500,000. A lot of money to me, but probably not a lot of money to the feds. But I'll tell you that it's important because it's about attracting people into the program to help our existing MRO companies with the skilled workforce they need today and tomorrow. Housing is real estate and housing is a big part of who we are as well, because one of the other questions we ask from consultants is, do you have a building? Do you have land? What do you have for infrastructure? And we keep a pretty good inventory of what we have throughout the community and throughout the county, and help market that to these consultants. We're not brokers. We're not receiving anything from it other than try and help connect the dots and provide them information. That picture, I know you all recognize it. It's an MTS building now, the Air Center. We market that building probably at least 2 or 3 times a week. And as Mr. Mayor knows, we were there with a company just 2 weeks ago on a site visit. We also have a certified sites program with the city that we've partnered together on. 44 acres out of the Air Center in partnership with Xcel Energy. We have awarded a bid for the Phase 1 environmental, and we're hoping that's going to be done soon, and then we can actually get that site ready to be really, truly shovel-ready for a new company. Of course, we worked with Modular Home Factory companies, builders, Spring River Apartments, and the Oak Subdivision. I know you know about those. I won't belabor that, but we have a shortage of housing, and that's another piece. Companies won't come here if the workers that they find don't have a place to live. Recruiting companies is probably our greatest challenge, but also is my greatest enjoyment. Meeting site consultants who are making decisions or providing recommendations to companies is an important part of educating them on who we are. Often people say, well, we know Roswell is all about aliens. Well, no, it's more than just aliens. We're also about business. We're also about growing our community and our economy. And let me tell you what we have in our community that can support you and your company for further expansion or relocation, because we want you to create jobs at the end of the day right here in Roswell. We partnered with a local company and created some new videos. One's on the Air Center, one's on agriculture, one's on our community. We've already sent those out to, except for the ag one, because that's just being done now because we're waiting for everything to kind of green up. But the others we have sent out to site consultants. In fact, we sent them out to 440 consultants already. And we do that every month. We send them to these consultants about us and teach them about who we are, because it's important, because they don't know, and we have to teach them and educate them. We've done a lot of advertising, because last year was different. We had to do something a lot different. I didn't travel and visit folks in their offices or at shows, so we did a lot of outreach through virtual meetings and a lot of more advertising to tell a story about who we are. Project management, you should see a package, or if you haven't already, we have a number of projects in progress right now. We're pretty excited about it. Y'all know about Ascend Aviation. We have 14 proposals we sent last year to the New Mexico Partnership. One is still active with us, and we're on the 3rd round, so we're pretty excited about that. And then we have 10 others with local entrepreneurs and local business expansions as well. For next year, what are we going to be doing? Well, things are opening up. We're going to be traveling a little bit. We're going to meet with industry partners, tell them our story, explain why they should be here in Roswell, especially in the areas that support our target markets, which is aviation, agriculture, manufacturing, and oil and gas. We'll respond to the partnerships, PROs, or potential recruitment opportunity proposals about who we are, and hopefully support them so they can encourage people to come here, as well as work with retail opportunities like we have already in this past year. We have a way to measure this stuff. I know you have it in your packages. I won't go belabor this stuff, but we do have goals, specific goals, numeric goals to tie to how well we can be measured and how effective we are. They include how many projects we have, how many visits we have, how many projects we have annually that complete to get to the finish line, and how many jobs that we'll create. In our BRE area, in our plan of action for next year, is to continue visiting our local business people and follow up on the results of those interactions, get them answers, find them the things they need to do, and also make sure that we have a good tracking method and a follow-up method, because it doesn't do any good if you go out and visit with somebody and you don't do anything about it. So we got to make sure we do all that. We'll visit at least 20 folks a week. That's quite a big jump from the number you just saw. We will award at least 3 facade grants monthly, annually, and I would anticipate we would do more than that. We will support and testify at every JTIP request for the state, and we'll support every company that desires expansion for growth. We'll market to our key clusters, as I mentioned earlier, through industry trade publications, our website, social media, our videos that we have done, and new enhanced collateral materials that we are putting together. We'll continue to work our Certified Sites program, industrial parks, promoting and marketing those, and of course, most importantly, is develop and grow our own workforce. This last slide talks briefly about a lot of other things we'll be involved with, and I won't go through all this. I know you can read all this, but the bottom line is this: we are in a time today, and as you all know, as leaders of our community, this is a time for extraordinary leadership. Visionary leadership that you have to guide our city through, help our business community become prosperous, help us, partner with us so we can grow jobs and help people have a great life. Because it is about partnerships, and at the end of the day, it's about people. And that's what economic development to me really is all about, is how can we affect our community with the relationships and the partners we have with you, members of the staff, and other members throughout our community, like Main Street and others, to be effective, to really grow. Not only, you hear quality of life, it's quality of place. Make this place where people want to be, they'll stay, and come and grow their families and their businesses here. Mr. Mayor, councilors, let's stand for your questions.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions or comments for Mr. Spiritu? Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, just a quick comment, really a thank you for you guys and the progress that you've been making there and the hard work you put in during this hard time as well, and helping with partnering with the city with getting out the grants out from the CARES Act has been important, and then your outreach. I know a lot of businesses that heard from you guys and were felt supported by you through this hard time. We appreciate your leadership and your passion that you bring to the job. Thank you.
All right, that exhausts my list. Thank you, Mr. Spiritu. Appreciate your participation. Oh, wait, you don't get to go home yet, do you?
No, sir. I'm here as long as you are tonight. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Next up, item number 5, Ms. Davies.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We are going to present the fiscal year 20 financial audit or audited financial statements. Chris Brown with Patello, Brown and Hill is on the phone. And Chris, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you want to begin?
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor and councilors. What I have here is just some of the highlights from the exit conference that we did back in December, going over some of the required communication that we as auditors are to make to those that are charged with governance. If you go to the first slide, talks about what our results were for the audit. So we issued unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. In essence, that report says that the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with the standards that we have to follow as your auditors. This is the type of report that the city wants to receive. And in essence, this is the highest level of assurance that we as auditors can give. So this is a good thing. We go to the next slide. There are two other reports in the financial statements that are ours. And the one on the left is what we call a yellow book report. And the New Mexico State Auditor requires us to complete a yellow book audit. In a yellow book audit, we have to test internal controls. We have to expand our testing of internal controls more than auditing standards require. So with auditing standards, we just have to gain an understanding of internal controls. But with the yellow book, we actually have to pick samples of those internal controls. And so, again, New Mexico State Audit Rule even expands that more than what the yellow book requires. And so there are lots of populations that we have to look at. The state audit requires us to look at things like procurement, use of credit cards, purchase cards. There's a whole list of items. So there's lots of transactions that we're required to look at as a part of the state audit rule and also the yellow book. And so what that yellow book report does is just spells out how we test those internal controls differently than are required by auditing standards. And then we have to also in that report reference any findings that we have. And in New Mexico, based on the state audit rule, we are required to report any finding that we come across. Actually, the yellow book standard has a threshold called significant deficiencies. Those that are greater have to be reported for those standards. But again, the New Mexico State Auditor, in essence, takes that threshold to the ground level, and any findings that we come across, we as auditors are required to report in that report. The report on the right deals with federal funds that are received by the city. As the city expends more than $750,000 for grant funds, we're required to do a compliance audit over those grants. And so based upon our testing, we do give an opinion. As you can see on that slide, we also issue an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion. In that report, we could also have findings, but based upon our testing, we did not have any findings that related to the single audit. We go to the next slide. One of the required communications that we as auditors are supposed to make is just talk about difficulties encountered in performing the audit. And with the computer conversion, it did cause a little bit of additional testing, a little bit of additional work to get through the system. Computer conversions are never easy. No matter how much time you spend on the front end, it always takes some time to get through those issues that usually come up. And it's not uncommon for us to have issues, especially the first year and maybe even a little bit the second year after a computer conversion. But other than that, the audit went extremely smooth, and there's really nothing else that we have to report. We look at the next slide. I think this is one that's very important for council. In New Mexico, the council is required, or you have adopted a budget on a cash basis. That cash basis of accounting does not meet the standards that we as your auditors have to follow. And so what happens is we're required to go through and convert that those sets of numbers to the methodologies that we follow, the modified accrual basis of accounting and then the full accrual basis of accounting. And so these journal entries that we had this year only related to those type of entries to take us from the cash method, which your budget's on, into the methodologies that we have to report. And what that tells council is as you're monitoring your budget and you're going throughout the year, the auditors did not have to come in and change. We did not have a single adjustment to that methodology of accounting that you're required to maintain your records on and to monitor the budget and also report to DFA. And so I think that's really important to know that we did not come in and have any changes to the number that you are using throughout the year. We go to the next slide. If we had disagreements with management, we as auditors are required to report those to you, and we're happy to say that we didn't. As I mentioned earlier, other than maybe some additional items relating to the conversion of the new accounting software, the audit went smooth and we did not have any issues. Go to the next slide. But in the prior year, we had, I believe there was 3 findings, one of which was resolved. So during the current year, fiscal year 20, internal controls were put in place to deal with the issues related to gas cards that we had. And so we came in and tested those. transactions and ensured that the city was complying with what you said you would do. And so that finding has been resolved and was not included in the audit. We go to the next slide, which is the last. Our current year findings, we had 6 findings. The very first one relates to payroll. And, you know, I know the city has had some issues with payroll. This year, the only items that related to payroll were issues dealing with I-9. We had 2 I-9s out of the ones we tested that were incomplete, and then we had an additional 2 items, or I-9s, that could not be located. And I know in the past, the payroll finding has related to proper approval of time cards and things like that, and we did not have any exceptions with those. So that part of the finding was resolved. We did have some issues relating to the I-9s this year. The next finding is talking about cash disbursements. And so in our testing of cash disbursements, there were 2 items where the purchase was entered into, and it was done prior to the purchase order being completed. And the whole reason for having a purchase order is to get the proper authorization. That authorization came after the purchase, which is backwards. So the city needs to ensure that we get the purchase orders completed prior to any purchases being made. The next finding related to municipal court relates to a bank account that the court opened during the year out following the city's policies and procedures. And so the account was opened without any proper approval based upon what the city has set in their policies. And so that was a violation of your city policy. The next one is in setting up that particular account, there was an individual in the court that is an authorized signer on that account. However, that individual also has other responsibilities that cause a lack of internal controls, or causes a breakdown of internal control. That individual has the ability to record transactions in financial records, and by having the ability to do both of those, there's a breakdown in controls. And so that individual's responsibility in being able to sign on the checking account needs to be removed to remove that breakdown in controls. We look at the next one is relating to journal entries. Auditing standards require that we look at journal entries every year. Based upon our testing, there were 5 journal entries that were not reviewed and approved by somebody independent of the person creating that journal entry. And so those need to be reviewed and approved by somebody else. The last finding we had this year relates to retiree health care. I had mentioned earlier the government testing, how we have to expand that. One of the items that we do have to look at is not only para, but also retiree health care. And it was noted during the testing that we had a late payment of $78 because the city did not submit that contribution in accordance with the deadline from the retiree health care. And so it was paid after the fact. With that, I'll open to any questions.
Councilors, any questions or comments? I have Councilor Best. Councilor Best, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm not real much into finances. That's why I don't sit on the finance committee. Actually, I'm pretty ignorant unless you're counting sheep or cattle. So with our duping that we have here, are we going to lose any bond standing, any insurance or anything like that with our audit being with these mistakes?
Counselor, my answer to that is I don't believe you will. One of the things that the governor signed, I want to say back in 2016, that relates to maybe having to have a fiscal oversight agency administer some of your state funding. None of these findings were with those that would require that to happen. And so, none of these findings would make you have to have somebody else come in and oversee your grants. To be honest with you, with different level of thresholds, if we were in another state, I believe 4 of these findings would not even be reported in your financial statements because they don't rise to the level of a significant deficiency. The ones that do relate to the court account, and it's just something that just needs to be corrected. But no, none of these findings I would think would cause a reduction in funding from the state or from the federal government.
My next question is, this may be for Juan, I'm not sure. Why did the court, I know they're a separate entity, why did they not be wise enough to come and ask us if they could start another bank account? I mean, in businesses, you just don't do that. Mine, you don't do that. I don't know about others.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Best, I apologize, but I do not, was part of that conversation as to when the judge opened that account. It has been some time when he opened it. It wasn't part of the initial conversation of that.
Mr. Nebb, did you want to add to that?
Not too much without getting into some other issues, but there was a letter provided by our previous finance officer to the bank stating that the judge was in fact who he was. And that is the only information that we provided within that. There was no conversation at that point in time to come through to get approval from the city council, which is what should have happened.
Well, to me, that letter would have been a red flag, and that's just me being who I am. Okay, my next question is the journal entries. Is that in, he was just telling us that the new computer system and the new Tyler coming in is difficult going from the old to the new, and we've been at it 2 years, 3 years now, something like that. So the journal entries are from the new Tyler system, and who made those mistakes? There we go. I'll just ask. Where did those mistakes come in? Just people learning the Tyler system? I'm just trying to figure it out.
No, with the crossover, there was staff mistakes within that system, so we'll leave it at that. We have over 6 to 7 different accountants for those different parts of that. So if the journal entries were not caught up and kept up to date, then they fall behind on that. And so all through this process, we have had those issues that our current finance director is correcting at this time.
Okay, well, I think they need to be caught before they get to the auditor. I think a lot of this stuff needs to be caught before, I mean, we're in a new system, we all like the system, we all understand the system, we can look at it, but it needs to be caught before it gets to this gentleman, so he can say we have 0 findings, which would be really nice.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilor Best and Councilor, so one of the things, obviously, when the audit does come out and presents the findings to management and staff, then staff will go back and make sure that we review all of those processes and internal controls so that we can correct those findings before the end of this fiscal year. And that's one of the things that Janie is working with staff to make sure we've gone through all of those issues that resulted in those findings and make sure that we have them corrected by June 30th, by next month.
Okay. I have one more question. This company here was not the one that we used last year, is that correct? Are you only allowed to use a company for 3 years? Is that, or is there a new law? I thought there might have been a new law that you can use them as long as you want.
We've used this company for several years. The last 4, Chris?
Yes, this audit was our 4th audit based on New Mexico State audit rule. They did change the rule. The limitation used to be 6 years. Now it is 8 years, so we can perform the audit for 8 years.
Okay, so I got part of it right. They did change the law. I thought it was 3 years, but okay. Thank you very much.
And they'll be doing the audit this coming year, too.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I have no one else on my list, so thank you, Ms. Davies. Mr. Fuentes, do you have something else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilors, I just wanted to bring to your attention just one more step that's related to the audit. I did have a conversation with our city attorney and finance as well, and the manager, and there's two sections that require the presentation of the audit, which is what we did today. That's in accordance with the audit rule. Separate from that, DFA will require a resolution, which will be forthcoming to the council. So you'll see another resolution related to the audit. Again, that is separate from the audit rule, and so we just want to make sure that we end the fiscal year, we have all the documentation that they're requiring for the closure of the fiscal year. So it's just a formality, but I just want to bring it to your attention because you'll see a resolution related to this item as well.
Don't go away. I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In reference to that resolution, is the resolution, is that going to tell us what actions the staff has taken to correct the findings?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Oropesa, so we did receive a letter from DFA on April 1st, and again, they do want at least some information related to the findings that we are working to putting together. Again, going back to the question of what are we doing to address those issues, and that will be part of it to make sure that if there's any questions by the council, that we'll be able to provide those answers as to how those items have been corrected or the steps that will be taken to correct it by the end of June 30th. So that's our guidance on that particular issue, is that letter from DFA.
And you just, I think I heard that the findings had to be done by June the 30th. So the resolution will have to be done next month?
That is correct.
And so next month, we'll know whether the findings have been worked on and corrected and that kind of stuff?
That is correct. We will present some additional information on the action staff is taking to correct those items.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And that exhausts my list. All right, thank you very much. We're now moving on to item number 6, a proposed ordinance. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the request of the Legal Committee at a vote of 3-0 that I move to approve the red-lined version of proposed ordinance 21-03 requiring internal agreements between the city and other governments to create conditions and terms of service, charges for service, set methods for collection, and delegation of authority for negotiating and approaching such agreements.
All right, Councilor, if you'll activate your motion button. I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs and a second by Councilor Perry. Mr. Patterson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, so you will remember this item from last time when we advertised or authorized for advertisement. To just recap what we heard last time, the city is involved with many other governments in the surrounding community, the county, other cities, and even other counties beyond that, in giving and receiving mutual aid. In other words, if the city requests, is in need of services from another governmental entity, they can request that service, and that other government will send in aid to help us, and vice versa. If another governmental entity, such as the county or another city, asks for help from us, we will then send out our resources to go help that other community. This is an important part of the city's mission from the way we see it, because, of course, by protecting and enhancing the safety and quality of the surrounding communities, we come back and it helps Roswell as well. So at the current state of play, though, we have a problem because this really scattershot in the way that we've approached it over the years, and so we have many different agreements out there, in some cases no agreements, in some cases agreements that have expired or that no longer reflect the way that we're actually doing things. The current agreements in many cases do not address issues like the cost, who's going to pay for this, and the allocation of liability and risk. So the concept here is to create a system whereby we're going to have standard and regular process for how we do these. And we're going to work through it with all of our different partners in different communities to have a standard set of terms, and this is how we approach this issue, and that's what this ordinance is about. The idea here is not to prevent us from going out and doing anything or to prevent anyone else coming and helping us. We want to rather create a procedure to enhance this process. The idea here is that when another community seeks our help, we go out and help them, but it's also reciprocal, right? When we need help, they will come and come and help us. The idea being, this is all about our request. So it's not, the concept is not here that we're going to go out willy-nilly to another community and be riding around doing whatever we want, and vice versa. We're not going to have, I think the example was last time that, a police officer from another city just come in and start issuing citations. On the contrary, the way that this functions is that it's specifically addressed to requests we would like so-and-so to come help us because we need their help. And so that is just setting forth the standard terms and conditions and how we're going to do that. A big part of this is going to be the issue of cost, who's going to pay for this, and the idea being if you're receiving the services, you should bear that cost, because of course, if we're giving out of jurisdiction services, that becomes a burden on our taxpayers, or you could think of it as a subsidy on those citizens outside. And so everybody should carry their own weight. In addition, we want to be able to have a conversation about liability with people. Every time any employee of the city goes out and is involved with other jurisdictions, if those other jurisdictions get drug into a lawsuit, whether there's any liability of the city or not, it's just the way that lawsuits work, we're going to get drug into it as well. And so, having that discussion up front is very healthy. Finally, one of the big things we want to achieve with this is to create self-reliance among all the communities. We are always going to go out and help another community if we are able to do so, but the day may come when, we have to apply our resources here to our own issues, and we may not always be available to go out and help others. So by having everybody pay their own way, we hope to incentivize people to move away from dependence on other jurisdictions towards being able to provide those services themselves. So this ordinance would seek to accomplish that. It was recommended for advertisement back the legal committee on March 25th. Y'all authorized to advertise for a public hearing at your last meeting on April 8th, and so we would now ask you to hold a public hearing and consider adopting proposed ordinance 21-03 requiring intergovernmental agreements for mutual aid. I will stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patterson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a public hearing on this proposed ordinance. As such, even if you have not signed up to speak on this matter, you may do so. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on proposed ordinance 2103? Anyone present? Let the record reflect no one came forward to speak on this matter. Is there anyone online on GoToMeeting who wishes to speak in support or opposition to proposed ordinance 2103? And let the record reflect no one has indicated a desire to speak on this matter. At this point, I'll turn to the council. Councilors, questions or comments on proposed ordinance 2103? Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The agreement that we're asked to approve or to look at, my question is, what other communities are we talking about that we are including?
Among the communities, and I couldn't name them all for you, but among the communities, Chavez County, Dexter, Hagerman. I was even speaking with Captain Taylor. We actually send police out to Ruidoso when they do their motorbike event on an annual basis. So we, outside of the community, all the communities that are around here and cities, I couldn't even name them all. And the state as well, because if there's an accident on the highway, we may be asked by the state to go out onto the highway and help them with that situation.
And do we have a fixed method of determining what the cost is going to be if certain services are needed somewhere else?
At this time, I don't believe we do, and that's kind of the concept behind this, is to move towards adopting some kind of a standard way of figuring that out.
And do the other communities, are you asking them to approve something similar to this as well?
We can't make them pass an ordinance, of course, but right, the idea was we would offer an agreement and say, this is what we would like to do, and then have them negotiate with them to develop whatever that agreement would look like.
Okay, thank you.
I have no one else on my list. Unless there's anyone else wishing to speak on this matter, I will ask for a roll call vote. A yes or aye approves proposed ordinance 21-03. A no or nay rejects it. Once again, a yes or aye approves proposed ordinance 21-03. A no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Oropesa?
Reluctant, yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Robeck? Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Of a vote showing up here from your vote box.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, thank
Counselor
you.
Sanchez, I need you to turn on your microphone when you say your vote so that we can have it recorded. Okay? Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item number 7. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to hold a public hearing and vote to approve a spirits, beer, wine wholesaler liquor license for Admiral Beverage Incorporated, application number 1184754, located at 715 East Brazier Road, Roswell, New Mexico, 88203, including a waiver that the premises is located within the 300 feet of the nearest church.
Mr. Patterson. Oh, wait a second. I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to have the public hearing and vote on this liquor license transfer. Mr. Patterson.
Good evening again. Yes, okay, so we are now going to be doing a public hearing, and in this particular type of public hearing, it's known as a quasi-judicial hearing. What that means is that you are not acting in your traditional function, which is as a deliberative or legislative body. Instead, now you're acting more like a court. In that function, you're going to be required to investigate facts, ascertain the existence of facts, and draw conclusions from them as the basis for an official action. As you're doing that, you are bound by ethical standards comparable to those that govern a court in performing the same types of functions. What that means is that there's important procedural consequences, including due process protections, for requiring a fair and impartial hearing before a trier of fact who is disinterested and free from any form of bias or predisposition regarding the outcome of the case. What that means for you is that you need to set aside your pre-existing opinions or knowledge and focus on what is presented to you here today, and that is the sole basis of your decision. And also in this function, because you are acting in a quasi-judicial capacity, your decisions can be appealed to the district court, which will review them if there is an appeal. And the staff may take a position here on one side or the other and act as advocates, although they don't have to. In this function, you are considering whether to approve or deny a wholesaler liquor license. This is pursuant to state statute, which gives the governing body a final check on 3 factors: whether the proposed location is prohibited by state law, basically whether it's within 300 feet of a church, school, or military installation, whether there's any ordinance or zoning violation of the proposed site or license, or whether this specific license would be detrimental to the public health, safety, or morals. Again, looking at this specific case, not about, in general, your feelings about alcohol or alcohol sales. It has to be specific to this case, and if it is not, and it were challenged in court, it would be overturned. Okay, so this is application number 1184754 for Admiral Beverages. The location is going to be 515 East Brazier Road. This is a new license because they already have a facility, if I understand it, but because they're moving to a new location, they need a new license. And this one is within 300 feet of a church. There is your map. You can see it. It is, when we went to look at it, it was called Church on the Rock, and it is 60 feet from basically adjacent to the proposed location. So that's what we were able to see, Church on the Rock. And now the applicant has obtained a waiver letter from an organization which is called the Roswell Gospel Assembly Church. We questioned that at first because it was not the Church on the Rock that we saw out there, but we were able to pull it up on the county. And this site is apparently owned by the Roswell Gospel Assembly Church. And so that waiver letter, which you will find in your packet, provides the basis for the request that that requirement be waived and that you grant or approve the proposed wholesaler license. With that, I'd stand for any questions.
Well, thank you. Since this is a public hearing, we once again will go out, seek public comment. Although it was not necessary, 2 individuals did sign up to speak on this matter. I will call them forward at this time. Mr. Robert Leyva and Mr. Mike Espiritu. If you go ahead and come up, gentlemen. You will have 3 minutes to speak. I will ask you to identify yourself and give your address. While they're doing this, if there's anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter, I'll call on you after these 2 are done. Go ahead, Mr. Leyva, you're up first.
Councilors, Mr. Mayor, my name is Robert Leyva. I reside at 2402 Cornell Drive here in Roswell. I've been residing here since 2002. In 2001, I moved to Roswell to work for Admiral Beverage. At that time, there was 9 employees here in 2001. Today, there's over 65 employees. Unfortunately, about 3 years ago, we had to shed some jobs because our facility was too small to handle all the product that we were delivering. For the record, we are a wholesaler. We do not consume product on premise or sell directly to consumers. We just distribute. 80% of our business is alcoholic, but the other 20% is also non-alcoholic. We also distribute water, teas, and energy drinks as well. During the pandemic, everybody was running out of water. We were one of the few wholesalers that were able to bring water because our parent company owns a manufacturing facility. So we were able to bring water from Wyoming and distribute to the local retailers. So, we are very community-oriented. We're part of the economic development for Chaves County, and we're also part of the Roswell City Chamber of Commerce. Apologize for that. So our goal is to move into our new facility. As you guys saw on the map, it's in the corner of Brasher and Southeast Main. We want to be a great-looking facility. We want to be an anchor for Roswell, and for that area, it's an industrial area, and we want to bring in other businesses to that area, hopefully. And we also want to make our community proud. And as you come into Roswell, we'd like to be a prominent building and a prominent business that advertises Roswell and that we are growing. So I hope you guys look at our business and say, that we are a good member of the community. We also want to let you guys know that we employ high-paying jobs, and we offer really great benefits. As a matter of fact, 9% of all of our employees' pay is going to be given to them this Friday as our 401k contribution from the company. So, and we also provide great insurance. Almost 85% of all the costs are paid by Admiral Beverage. So that's all I have to say. If you guys have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Councilors, Mike Espiritu, President of the Roswell Chaves County Economic Development Corporation. It doesn't appear to be, but it is an economic development project. The number one point that I want to make first is it's a safety issue. Their current location, they've outgrown. And if you ever go by their current location on Atkinson, you'll see what I'm talking about. All those big trucks, a lot of folks, a lot of other traffic moving around. Why is this an economic development project? Well, they're going to create an opportunity possibly for new jobs, a nice facility in an area that is growing, and also, again, as Mr. Leyva stated, they are a great community partner. They don't sell, they distribute, they don't consume, they don't sell beverages on site. I mean, it's a warehouse facility. That's really, in easy terms, that's what it is. But it truly is economic development because they are going to really strengthen our community, I believe. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone present in the room that wishes to speak on this matter, either in support or opposition? Let the record reflect no one present wishes to speak on this matter. I see that there is one individual who wishes to speak on this matter online, a Chris Ann, I do not have a last name. When I call upon you, please state your full name and your address. You will have 3 minutes to make a comment on this matter. Can you unmute?
My name is Chris Ann Robles, and my address is 1 Eagle Place, Roswell, New Mexico. I've been a Roswell resident since 2006. And my question, I guess, is why is the government involved in whether a business is located near a church in the year 2021? I guess that's it. You know, a business is a business, whether it's a church nearby or not. They don't consume alcohol on the premises. This is 2021. We should be more enlightened than having blue laws where we're restricting businesses based on what they consume and whether they're near a church or not. That's it.
All right, thank you. I'll now go to the council. I have Councilor Stubbs, Best, and Kennard. Councilor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if I could just say, maybe Parker should, but it's state statute. And that's really where we sit with it. We are governed by what their laws are, so it's a state law. No, the reason I needed to speak is that Councilor Foster brought to my attention that I called the wrong address. I think I said 715, and it's 515 East Brasher. The paperwork says that, but I wanted to correct my motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Best, Councilor Kennard. That would exhaust my list. Councilor Best, you have the floor.
Mr. Robert, if you wouldn't mind kind of running back up here real quick. And I'll ask while you're walking, I missed the numbers. You started out with how many employees, and now you're looking to increase to?
So in 2001, I transferred here, and there was 9 employees operating out of that facility on Atkinson, South Atkinson. We went up to about 65 employees 3 years ago, 67, and then we dropped down to about 57 or so employees because we had to transfer some of the routes to other distributors, our own distributors, but they went to Las Cruces and to Albuquerque because our facility just could not handle the volume. We've grown the volume that we shed, we've grown it back in the last 3 years. We're back up to about 65 employees. My estimates is once we open our new facility, we'll probably be back close to 75 employees, and we hope to continue to grow. Our distributorship has been growing.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I have Councilor Kennard, Councilor Perry, and Councilor Stubbs. Councilor Kennard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question is, if we're supposed to base this decision on facts and et cetera, how does a waiver from a church play into that regarding liability for the city for this decision?
I guess I would ask what liability you're specifically asking about.
Well, if this property is a church, and let's say this pastor says we are okay with it, but another pastor later on, I mean, these requirements by the state for 300, is it 300 feet? How does a waiver, I guess, usurp requirements? I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if it was a school, could the school say, go ahead?
I mean, conceivably, yes. I think any of these institutions could, but it most frequently has come up in the past with churches, I think. Basically, if the church does not object, or the institution that is within 300 feet does not object, they can basically waive their objection, and if there's no objection to it, then it proceeds forward.
Thank you.
I have Councilor Perry and then Councilor Stubbs. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
I have several things I'd like to bring up. Number one, I just want to, just for clarification, and I've already asked our Madam Clerk about this. I didn't want to surprise her, but I think this is important for folks to know in case somebody starts going through paperwork. The requirements are that we hold a public hearing within 45 days of receipt from the applicant from the state to us. We received March the 9th, which is more than 60 days past when we're having this hearing, but we did receive an extension which was requested. I don't know if it was by the Madam Clerk or who, but there was a request for that, and it has been granted.
That is correct. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Perry. So normally how this happens is when an individual applies for any type of a liquor license, the state will have a preliminary hearing first there, and they also advertise it. I'm not sure where they advertise it. I don't know. I don't know anything about it and the paperwork until it comes to me. Once it comes to me, depending on the time frame that we get that paperwork, the Liquor Control Act does say we have a certain amount of time. So I did confer with Mr. Patterson and Mr. Nebb. Because of the time constraints on here, we were way short of time. So in a situation like this, the state leaves it up to us or me to decide, do we want to take the risk of this being contested, or do we want to go ahead and get that extension so that we can go ahead and make sure that everything is in order? And that's what we chose to do after talking to each other, was to make sure that we do have everything in order. And unfortunately, it does take a little bit longer, but we are going down the right path on that one.
A couple of other things. I guess I would like to know a little bit about the current property that Admiral has over on Atkinson. Who owns it? I know that has nothing to do with this. I get it. But I'd sort of like to know if they own that and what the what's going to be happening with that property.
On up, sir, Mr. Leyva. You might want to stay close, just in case. There's a couple chairs right there.
Yes, sir. So Admiral does own the property, and we intend to find somebody well-suited to move into the property. Hopefully, this will create more business for the city of Roswell. Also, I just want to note that the reason we chose the property next to the church, we knew it was going to be we knew we would have to go before city council and get a waiver, but we feel it's important that our property being in the location, it's right there off of Southeast Main. We have access to 285. We also have access to the bypass coming back around, because we deliver, from our facility, we actually deliver all of southeastern New Mexico, Lee County, Chaves County, Eddy County, Roosevelt, and I think Curry County as well. And we hope to deliver Lincoln County and other counties in the future.
Okay.
Just make a statement and just a sort of an encouragement, but of course, our EDC, I'm sure, would love to see where you're currently at and know that layout. They may be able to help you with that in the future. But I'd like, when you do make that move, we, of course, would like to know that we're keeping vacant properties, kept up and clean and stuff, so we can keep detractions away. But, so thank you. I guess my last thing was probably for Parker, but the state has changed the way these applications are coming to us now, and I don't know that all the information has changed, but just the layout. I'm so used to seeing a generalized layout year after year, and this is my first one I've seen since I've been back on the council. I do not see anywhere where the listings of boundaries for the quasi-judicial's abilities are, and you did not mention those. I do. There are abilities, so I'd sort of like those sort of laid out, so we at least know what those are. And maybe for the next one to have those laid out on paper, but, and I'm sorry for putting you on the spot on that. I assume they were here.
I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
This council, as quasi-judicial, yes, we have to roll within the reins of what we see, but there are areas. They are in the means of near a church, near a school. It jeopardizes the
health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Okay, those kind of things. I don't see those things here, which I'm used to always seeing here.
Okay.
So I'd like to sort of hear a little bit about that, or if that's changed with the state all of a sudden.
No, and it's the same set of requirements that I reviewed at the beginning, and I guess we didn't put them for whatever reason in the packet. I don't know why that happened. But so, as I was saying, the three things that when you look to approve or deny, the three things you're looking for are whether it violates state law, and in particular, the state law that would be applicable here would be that any church, military installation, or school would be within 300 feet of that proposed site of that liquor license, that this it basically is appropriately zoned, and otherwise would not violate any ordinance that the city has. And the third one is a more general requirement that the proposed license would not impact the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Are they listed, Sharon, and I just can't find them?
They're in the abstract.
I read the abstract twice, and I still just did not see them. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm looking at the... Okay. I'm used to seeing it within the state's information, not on the abstract, so I apologize for that. I've got it. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry that I wasted some time with that, but I just want to say I recognize, regardless of where I stand in a judicial, quasi-judicial in this. I understand that. I do want to just say, though, for the future, not all churches that are recognized by the state of New Mexico on a 401c3 have a recognition because they have turned in a constitution and a bylaw which lays out what their governance is. So all I can do is assume that through this governance that they have an authority where their pastor can on his own make this decision. I know very few churches who can. So usually we see where a congregation has had a business meeting and the determination has been made. So I get a little nervous on that. But I recognize this is going next to we got a cemetery on one side. I don't think anybody there has an issue. I get it. I see we're in an industrial area. I recognize they're not serving. I get it. I'm not trying to cause problems. I'm just saying I get a little leery when we don't have good information from there, but that's not our fault, that's the state's.
And Counselor, in your capacity as a quasi-judicial body, if you believe that the evidence is insufficient to make the finding, you can vote to disapprove. That is your power.
Thank you.
Okay. Counselor, you still have the floor.
No, I'm done.
All right, I have Counselor Stubbs and then Counselor Orpesa. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Forgive me, I meant to say this earlier, but I just wanted to recognize the fact, and Mr. Leyba, don't stand up again, because I'm telling you something instead of asking you something. But I think it is notable that Admiral Beverage Corporation has put a lot into this community. I have belonged in the past to a couple nonprofits, and you have been very generous with helping with signage and some of the things that are not within the realm of what you actually do as a distributor. So I just wanted to thank you for that and appreciate the fact that this corporation is active in this community as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Orpesa, and I exhaust my list. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Leyva, I also echo Counselor Stubbs' comments. But I also want to I want to make sure I understand what the plans are for your company. You're planning on moving completely out of Atkinson into this new facility, and there's no plan for you to stay at Atkinson and the new facility at the same time?
No, sir. Once we move, we'll move our whole operation to the new facility. Our old facility is 28,000 square feet. The new facility will be 100,000 square feet, and we'll have 3 times the office space. We'll have 12 loading docks. Right now, we only have 1 usable loading dock because we're so compressed and tight. We actually have 2 loading docks, but one is being used as overflow just to keep our inventory levels up to par, so we're able to operate. And it's just extremely difficult. And we try to we bought a building 3 years ago, but there was somebody leasing the building and with the option to buy, and it killed 2 years of our time. So, I mean, Espirito was involved. He knows the issue we were having, and we couldn't do anything because until they actually bought the building from us, we couldn't move it to try and get a new building.
And your business doesn't use railroad, right?
No,
Railway.
sir. We stopped using railroad 20 years ago or more.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
At this time, I have no one on my list. I will ask for a roll call vote. A yes or aye approves the issuance of the wholesale liquor license to Admiral Beverage Corporation. A no or nay rejects the issuance of the wholesale liquor license. Counselors, please make sure your microphone is on, and I'll ask you to activate your vote box when you respond to the city clerk. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Robeck?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-2.
8-2. Next up is item number 8. Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we award ITB 21-010 2021 sewer manhole rehabilitation project to Corrosion Resistant Coatings, Inc. in the amount of $248,070.51, which includes GRT.
I have a motion by Counselor Roebuck and a second by Counselor Foster to award ITB 21-010. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, council, good evening. I'll see my picture that I've used quite a few years. This is about our, I believe our 21st year to bid out the sewer manhole rehab project. So in another 60 years, we'll be done. Bids were received on April 13, 2021. We did get 3 bidders this year. Corrosion-resistant coating has been the low bidder the past 21 years, and you can see they were $80,000 lower than the nearest one. This did go to Infrastructure Committee with the recommendation of 4-0. And on my picture, just to refresh your memory, the crew goes in there and mucks out with the 5-gallon bucket the bottom of the manhole. Then they put in cementitious material, and the blue is the 2 coats of epoxy to make it fight the hydrosulfide gases that tear up the concrete and the bricks. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you. I have Counselor Oropesa. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you already answered my question, because in previous years, I was under the impression that we only had one company that used to do this type of business.
Typically, we only have one bid, but there are other companies, they just don't like to bid Roswell for whatever reason.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor. I have no one else on my wishing to speak on this matter. I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the award of ITB 21-010 to Corrosion Resistant Coatings Incorporated in the amount specified. A no or nay rejects the award. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Counselor Sanchez, there you are. And it passes 10-0.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, items number 9 and 10 were approved when the agenda was approved as part of the consent agenda. Item number 11, Counselor Stubbs.
Sorry, and that one. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee, a vote of 3-0, that I move to approve the redlined copy dated 4/30/21 for the lease agreement between the city and A.O. Smith Corporation to include Exhibit A and B to continue leasing the Roswell test facility for testing and comparing AOC products. The rent is the initial rent, is $57,667.62, escalating to $100,546.62 over the initial term. Thereafter, rent will increase by the CPI or 3%, whichever is greater during any term. This is for a term of 5 years with up to 4 additional 5-year terms, including all other terms and conditions of the lease.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the lease for the test facility to A.O. Smith. Mr. Riviclio.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Okay, so the city owns a parcel of real estate located on Highway 380 known as the Roswell Test Facility. A.O. Smith has leased this property from the city since 1986. So they are good, long-standing partners with the city. The most recent lease agreement expired in October of 2020, and they have continued to lease from us on a month-to-month basis. The company uses this facility for product testing. The proposed lease agreement with an initial 5-year term and 4 additional renewal terms from A.O. Smith. Up on the screen there, you can see the overall site location. So what they're leasing from us is 25,476 square feet of test pad building, 718 square feet in a transfer building, 2,392 square feet in a boiler room, and 266 square feet out in the pond area. So I've been working on this one for a bit with A.O. Smith, and they have been great in working back with the city. So just a little bit of history. The rent that we were collecting was $8,699.24 a year. So for this first new year term, we'll move to $57,667.62, escalating to $100,546.62 at the end of by the end of the 5th year. Therefore, rent will be increased by CPI or 3%, whichever is greater during that renewal term. The city attorney drafted the proposed lease, and the legal committee voted 3-0 in favor of approving the lease on April 29th meeting. So please consider approval of the new lease with A.O. Smith. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have no one on my list to, Councilor Pesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the same property that we tried to sell, is that correct?
Yes.
But we weren't able to get any buyers.
That's correct.
Okay. Not even Mr. Smith was willing to buy it.
No, sir.
So to me, it seems an extraordinary increase in the rent for a piece of property that we were trying to sell. It seems more like a punishment for him not to buy it.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Councilor Opesa, we've been lock and step with A.O. Smith through this negotiation. A.O. Smith has been fully aware of all of the conversations up through that. The amount that we're discussing about the terms and those term limits is to bring this property up to market value rates. And so the property was essentially the city, this whole long term that we had with A.O. Smith, we've been giving that property away for a lot less than market rate value. And so the whole new strategy that we are working on all of our leases is that we charge a fair market rate, and we create good partnerships, and then we maintain the property to make sure that that our partners can actually operate the way they should. So this is a significant jump from what it was to where it's at, but this is bringing the leases to a market rate, which is what the City Council has requested. So
are we still looking at selling the property?
I would say at this point in time, no, we are not. with this market rate of what A.O. Smith is, in our conversations, in our negotiation with A.O. Smith, we will be returning some of this money to reinvest in the property so that we can actually rent out additional space out in the rest of it, because A.O. Smith is not utilizing the entire property. There is room for other businesses to be out there, so the idea is to bring everybody up to market rate, fix that building up a little bit farther, and then allow for other individual companies to go out there and set up shop as well too. So I think when we went out and attempted to sell it without any legitimate interest in purchasing it, we fell back to this. I think it fits better with A.O. Smith's plans to not own the property, and that's why they've negotiated as well as they have with us.
And just out of curiosity, what is the amount of square footage that he's not leasing, that remains on the property?
If you'll go back to the larger property side, I am not aware of the entire amount, but if you look back, if you go one more slide back, so there's 3 structures out there. You can see one to the north. They are utilizing the full structure in the middle. And then we have that office complex within the front. I believe there's 12,000 square feet in that structure into the front. I don't remember what the back building is. And then if you go one more slide, and then you can see that the middle one is called the boiler room, and so that's for the use of the boilers that they use in order to work on the hot water heaters that they're servicing. So property on either side right now are available for smaller businesses and to utilize that space. Right now, we're currently using most of that area that is unleased at this time for storage for the city. And so we have stuff out there from other departments, various departments out there in those spaces. So I'm not sure what the entire total square footage is, but you can see on the picture exactly which areas are not being utilized yet. And we still have some good parcels out there that can be given for smaller businesses for those pieces. So,
thank you.
I have Councilor Stubbs and Councilor Perry. Councilor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Mr.
Versiglio. It's okay. It happens all the time.
I can typically say it, but it's this microphone in front of me that causes me to. Thank you for the work that you've done on this. I've been out to that facility actually many times, more so when I was working for economic development, and there is so much else out there that they're not using. There is also a lot of property in the back with something. I don't even remember what all, but it's a rundown building. But it's I think it's amazing that A.O. Smith wants to continue using it. But anyway, nonetheless, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a slight amendment to this agreement. And it's very slight, but I'm actually on page 2 of 17, or page 196 of the whole packet. And I'm referring to number 2, which is the rent. And obviously there it's listed the amounts for each of the 5 years. And then I'm referring down to number B, which says, therefore, during any renewal term, rent shall be adjusted every year by 3% or consumer price index, whichever is greater. I would like to add, before the 3%, the words "at least." And
all right, Counselor, you're going to have to tell me again, what page are you on?
I'm on page 196 of the packet.
Of the agreement.
2. Of 17.
2 of 17. And what paragraph?
2, rent.
And then subparagraph?
B. And again, this reads, therefore, during any renewal term, rent shall be adjusted every year by, and I'd like to insert at least 3% or consumer price index, whichever is greater. I'd like to insert the words "at least."
Okay, Mr. Patterson, I'm not sure what this accomplished, because it's, the way I read this,
Mr.
it's
Mayor,
either
point-
3% or.
Point of order, point of order.
Can
We
I
have a
finish
motion.
my
We need a
discussion with
second.
Mr. Patterson, Counselor?
Can you do that without a motion's been made?
A motion's been made. I'm waiting for this to comment from our city attorney.
I'll shut up, go on.
Mr. Patterson.
If the question is, what is the legal impact? I don't think it changes the legal impact from how I'm reading it. It clarifies the question of the baseline, at least one or the other, whichever is greater. It clarifies it. I don't think it
Okay.
changes it.
Do we do that to any of our other leases?
I don't think that our typical lease has the at least language.
Okay. All right, Counselor, you have a motion to amend adding the words "at least" every year by "at least," so that would be between the by and the 3%. We're adding two words, "at least." I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster. We are now on the proposed amendment. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? Counselor Perry, did you wish to speak on that?
I have no objection.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you. If I could just explain, and it's funny that over 20 years or so, I haven't really picked up on this, but to me, if we don't have at least 3%, or that this is basically just saying that it will be raised by 3% or the CPI. So if we're trying to get up to market value with most of our buildings that we lease, I just don't want a potential tenant to look at this and say, oh, that's no problem, they're just going to raise me 3% every year. So I'm putting in the words "at least" because that's what we want to do, I would think, is the least we would raise would be 3% or the CPI. So my thought is that at least 3% or CPI lets the tenant know that that's the minimum.
All right, on the amendment, we are on the amendment. Counselors, discussion on the amendment. I have Counselor Roebuck on the amendment. Counselor Foster? Okay, Counselor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I disagree with the amendment, and maybe Counselor Parker can clarify his statements made earlier, because this does significantly change my layman's understanding the term of the lease. That means after the initial term and the extensions, the city could raise it at any amount if it's at least, and that seems to be the understanding that I'm hearing from my fellow councilors, if I'm understanding them correctly. Are you?
Yes, I think that is right. As described by Counselor Stubbs, as it is written right now, it would only be by 3%, or CPI would be the only increase we would have. If we added at least, it would add the possibility of going above and beyond the 3% or CPI at the city's, discretion, potentially. Yes, I think that is correct. That is the distinction.
And that's how I understood Counselor Stubbs as well. So I just wanted to make sure that's what you understood the same way. Yeah, as far as this, I think that's renegotiating this agreement, and the point of the increase of the CPI of 3%, whichever is greater, that's designed to solve the problem of making sure that we stay with market rates. Getting up there, obviously, from where we've been, which I think is very, very good for several reasons. Number one, because it gives us the money to put into that property out there, which is an eyesore from the street, although it still has value, is important. But also, too, is by bringing it up to market rates, then we're not depressing the overall market for the private owners of businesses who have to compete with city properties, and therefore driving their prices down as well. So I do appreciate that. I don't see putting this in as a wise thing to do. If I were the business on the other side, I would like to have a little bit more understanding about what are those increases going to be, So if we're not uncomfortable with CPI or 3% keeping us up to market rates, then we need to change the language. But as I understand that, that's the whole point, unless the staff would like to disagree with that assessment. Is that the point of the CPI or 3% to keep us, roughly speaking, at market rates?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the staff's understanding. So I think that this would fundamentally change this lease, and I think that as the staff has negotiated already, is adequate to cover that more or less to keep with the market rate. So I oppose the amendment. Thank you.
All right, I have Counselor Foster on the amendment.
I understand where Councilor Roebuck's coming from, but what the other problem we have is when we start looking at all our other rents that are not at market rate, and the fact is we're bringing this up to market rate, but in the first 5 years we bring it up to the 100,000. Are we saying that 100,000 is the market rate?
Yes, it'll be at $3 a square foot by the fifth
And
year.
you know in the next 5 years what CPI is going to do, right? So the 100,000 is the current market, what might be the current market rate, but in the next 5 years, we have a CPI that we have no control over, we don't know what's going to happen, and in the end of the 5 years, that CPI, the 6th year is what the CPI, or the 5th year is what our CPI would be, and it might not be enough to bring it up over there might be a 3% increase over the next 5 years, so 15%, or even more actually. So we don't know what that market rate would be. Our philosophy is to get everything up to market rate. So if our tenants know that that's what we're trying to do, we're not going to gouge them, we're just trying to get to market rate. Currently, we have some facilities out of our base that we're renting at $1.05 a square foot, correct? Or close?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
Mayor.
and if we increase by CPI or 3% on $1.05, we'll never get to market rate on those, unless something crashes. And that's the idea of putting the at least into the language. And we're not saying we're going to gouge our tenant. We're just saying we have 5 years right now that we don't know. We've built that into this lease. We have 5 years, and hopefully at the 100,000 it'll be market rate. And if so, we don't have, we have the 3% or CPI, whichever is greater, that we're going to increase. But we still have an unknowing 5 years. And so that's where adding this language makes it a little bit safer, that we don't have to renegotiate. And that's why I'm for it.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment, further discussion, debate on the amendment. I will ask for a roll call vote. A yes, Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, quick clarification question. So at the end of the term of the first 5 years, before the extension, because that's what we're talking about the extension side, can the city walk away from the lease at that point, or are we obligated to, assuming they've been in good faith, are we obligated to give them the extension?
No, it's at A.O. Smith's option. They can.
So it's their option.
Their option,
but
not
we're
ours.
obligated, so if they want it, we have to give it to them, assuming they're good, where
Yes,
everything's
if
good
they
standing.
exercise their
Thank you.
option, then it automatically goes. We don't have any say in it.
All right. This will be a roll call vote. Do they need to use the vote box, or? Yes.
Yes.
All right, a yes or aye approves the amendment, adding the words "at least" between by and 3% in paragraph 2B on page 2 of 17. A no or nay rejects the amendment. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
No.
Counselor Best? Counselor Peterson?
No.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
No.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Motion fails 3-7.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Best?
Okay, so I know very little about a contract, but to me, this is changing a whole contract, and we're expecting Mr. Smith just to say, okay, we'll change the whole contract. two little words takes a lot of meaning and switches it around. He's agreed to this one. He hasn't agreed to changing it at all. Not a word, I mean, maybe a comma or an and, but not like this is going to change it. And I understand where Barry and them are coming from, that we need to catch up. But if I see it right, CPI or 3%, to me it should be 3% because that's a CPI now, then or CPI. So I think those two words are changed around, but as a business owner, I wouldn't want somebody to come in and change a contract behind my back. So that's why I voted no.
All right, thank you. We are back on the original motion with the original lease agreement as presented. Counselor Perry.
What was, there's been a lot of conversation. What was the old rent, roughly?
$8,699.24 a year.
So $8,700 a year, and you and Mr. Nebb and Mr. Versiglio, y'all got us to this. This is amazing. I don't know what we're upset about, and as far as I'm concerned, I hope we never put, this building for sale if we can continue. I mean, we do have some great assets out there if we can just ever get the money to reinvest and make this what it could be. We've got those tanks out there that are, I don't know what kind of shape they're in, but the last time I was out there and looked, they were still workable and maybe a little bit of work on them. There's the leaching fields or whatever they call them out there, and there's a few buildings that are, they're in good shape. So I just wanted to just say kudos to both of you in this, Todd, I think we found your niche, and you stay at it. And we're changing your name from Hobbit to the Bomb, I think. So I really appreciate it. And this is the kind of moving forward that I think we can all take and see that it is possible. And I want to also share that A.O. Smith has been a good partner to the city of New Mexico, of the city of Roswell, New Mexico. They have been very good partners. Not everybody wants somebody tearing up water heaters in your buildings. We just happen to have the right kind of buildings to do that in, and they've been great partners, and I appreciate all that they've done as partners in this community. I'm done.
All right, thank you. I have no one on my list. At this time, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the lease as presented. A no or nay rejects the lease. Please make sure your microphone is on and that you activate your vote button when you respond. All those in favor of approving the lease signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
I have 9-1. All right, thank you. Moving on to, ladies and gentlemen, items 12 and 13 were adopted when the original agenda was adopted as part of the consent agenda. We are now on item number 14, Councilor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, at the recommendation of the Finance Committee in 3-0, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 21-30, which authorizes the sale of certain surplus personal property.
All right. I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Kennard to approve Resolution 21-30. Mr. Glenn.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. This is our monthly resolution to dispose of property. We have included in this one, we're trading in some firearms from the police department, scrapping items from police and sanitation. We have vehicles from various departments and various other items. This one, we do have an Exhibit A and B because we have items that are under the $2,500 and items over the $2,501. All firearms were taken on trade with a federally licensed firearm dealer authorized to handle these particular weapons. So we're not auctioning them. We didn't sell anything. Because of what they were, they had to go to a very specific dealer to take care of this. And like I said, there was no firearms auctioned or sold by the city.
And this was approved by the Finance Committee on their May 6th meeting at a 3-0 vote.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just help me understand what you just said. The firearms have already been sold?
I think I'll ask for the Deputy Chief to help with some of this.
They've been set for trade-in, yes.
They've been what? I'm sorry.
Traded in.
Oh, traded in.
For credit against the replacement value of the firearm.
So they're actually not being sold or auctioned or anything like that, right?
I guess it would technically be a sale because it was a reduction in price on the purchase of the replacement.
And they're going to gun dealers, not to the individuals?
They went, because of the type of, these were the rifles that were carried by the SWAT team, which had fully automatic capability. And so they could only be transferred to somebody that had a Class 3 federal firearms license, which limits that very specifically to certain types of firearms dealers.
But these firearms can be sold to the public?
They cannot.
By the...
They cannot.
They cannot?
They cannot be sold to the public.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm having a hard time. What is it that they get out of receiving these weapons?
I couldn't tell you what their intent for them was. I think some of them were probably, they can be sold to only other people that have a Class 3 federal firearms license, which could be private collectors, professional shooters. Perhaps they were going to refurbish them and sell them to another law enforcement agency. I don't know, but because we do not have a federal firearms license, they could only go to somebody that has a Class 3 federal firearms license.
And because of that, that kind of relieves us of the duty of background checks and all that other good stuff, right?
Correct. They take possession of them. The federal law, and I have our ATF liaison for the police department here. He's certified through the ATF. He can probably answer some of the more specifics if we need to. But the Class 3 firearms, the ones that have the fully automatic capability, can only be in possession of law enforcement, military, or somebody with a Class 3 federal firearms license. They're not under the same regulations as a typical firearm.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. Any other questions? I have no one else on my list. I will then ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-30. A no or nay rejects the resolution. Once again, 21-30, authorization for disposal of surplus property. Yes or aye approves, no or nay rejects. Please activate your vote box when you respond. Make sure your microphones are on also. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it passes 10-0. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, item number 15 was approved when the agenda was approved as part of the consent agenda. Councilors, it is 8:01. We are less than halfway through. I will take a recess at this point. We will reconvene at 8:06. Once again, we're on a 5-minute recess. It's 8:01. We will recess until 8:06.
Chambers? I know he's here.
All right. Counselors, if we can return to our seats, we can continue. Another 6 hours, yes, Counselor. Yes, counselors, if we could return, please.
Having fun.
All right. Ms. Jennings, can you see if there's a few counselors out there you could encourage to return?
I'm ahead of the curve.
There. Okay, where's Sanchez?
Down for one. Oh, this one.
All right.
It's so cold in here.
Counselors, I've got 8:08, and I'm going to call us back into session. Let the record reflect that Counselor Sanchez is still away. So we're 8:08, we're back in, and it's item number 16. Counselor Best?
Yeah, I want to make a motion to consider approval of Resolution 21-24 to recreate the Roswell Police Regional Satellite Academy.
I have a motion by Counselor Best and a second by Counselor Foster to approve Resolution 21-24, and we're missing a presenter. Okay.
I guess I shouldn't have sent the chief that way.
No, okay, we have Counselor Sanchez is with us as well. So, I'm trying to get this moving along, wants to be done this week. No. All right. Chief
Sorry about
Smith.
that, I was doing my other job. Good evening, council and Mr. Mayor. And I am pleased to be before you to ask for something asking for your support for something that's been a constant conversation since 2011. It's at least since I've been here. What we'd like to do is we'd like to reinitiate the Roswell Regional Police Academy. And I already got my slide up. It's been an ongoing conversation, and the thing is that we supply the instructors to the State Academy now in Santa Fe. So why shouldn't we do it here with our own people, on our own grounds? Teach them our way, southeastern part of the state. I don't know if I'm going to get the right touch on this thing. Trying to stay with this thing and keep it readable. So anyways, as you can see by the slide there, we comply with everything. We're not missing any components, and that's always been the issue. The issue is, do we have the range? Do we have the driving course? We have everything here. We've always had the instructors. And the key component that kicked in with this year's conversation is the Eastern New Mexico University in Roswell wants to house it. They want to give us the grounds, the classrooms, kitchenettes. We're going to work in partnership with them. And with that, and with the access to a track either at Mystic or FLETC, which we've already spoken to them about, we already have a range. And like I said, we already have the instructors. What I need here tonight is I need your support, as well as the other stakeholders, which we've already sent out form letters, before I can even send in the 27-page application. This is a key component, and there's going to be some pushback on it, because the concern from the state side is that what are the impacts of the Roswell Regional Police Academy going to have on other academies, regional academies? And my perspective is, it's not Roswell's job to sustain other police academies. The taxpayers here, we're training our people. We're not going to sustain another academy when we have it all here. And it's been here before. In the 80s, I believe they used to have it. Like I've outlined slightly before, the impacts there, I don't foresee any impacts because we're far enough away from the other two regionals. One would be the State Academy, which is almost 3 hours away one way, and Hobbs is a good 2-hour drive if you drive safely. So I don't feel that should be an impact, and I think that we would address, there's plenty of stakeholders in the area that would be of great use having the academy here, but mostly this is for Roswell. I'll put 21 people through the academy a year. All they require is 20. Minimally, I've been putting 19 to 21 a year the past 3 years in a row. That doesn't include dispatches, which we would also have here, and in any other training that we did. The Cert by Waiver Academy, I figured we'd do at least 5 a year. So we'd be well over the minimum numbers needed to justify and sustain such an academy. Oh, there we go. You're not going to be able to read that. I'll summarize it for you. I'm not looking for a financial commitment right now, and I'll tell you that we do not plan on a substantial financial commitment because we already have the personnel in-house. But for application purposes, I had to put together how this academy would be constructed and obviously the financial underpinnings. I foresee us using one of our lieutenants and one of our clerical people would be our full-time staff, but they're going to have their own duties within the police department. If the academy develops and grows, we'll address that as it comes, but initially, this would be fine. And of course, we have the adjuncts on staff. The only adjunct we would have to get, and that's accounted for, it's either in this slide or the next one, would be we may have a driving instructor. That's the only one we don't have, but you get them, you schedule them, you bring them in. So I see, I've been kind of resistant to it. We've looked at it every 2 or 3 years. We've looked at doing this academy thing because it is either paying $4,000 to send them to Hobbs with the driving. They have to bring their own sheets. There's all kinds of little things tied into it, the travel, the overtime. Or you send them up to the academy in Santa Fe, and what they did to us last year was they abbreviated the academy much longer than any other regional academy did, and we're in the middle of the academy, we're forced to hold up. So we had to do, when they came back for 5 weeks, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. That accounted for some overtime, plus you're like locked up there. These people have families, and we have to be a much more comforting outfit to today's population as far as our recruits. So anyways, I would like to have control of our police academy. I like the way we train. I like the environment here. I like the public here. The International Law Enforcement Academy obviously feels comfortable enough to bring delegates from other countries to the city of Roswell. Why shouldn't we run our own police academy? You see the list of stakeholders. Thank you, Sharon. You see these, and this may not even include all of them, but these are the main ones, and we sent letters out to some 14 some odd form letters I've gotten some phone calls back that they're in support of it, but like I said, I need the city first. I need you behind me, behind our police department, and then I also need these stakeholders as well. And then I will put my already prepared 27-page application in, and then the format after that is once we have the application in and we're able to initiate, deploy, whatever you want to call it, once with the application's the process. But like I said, in order for me to even have a chance, for us to have a chance, I need you as a board representing our city to go forward with me on it. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Chief. I have Counselor Best and Counselor Kennard and Counselor Roebuck. Counselor Best, you have the floor.
Thank you. So my question to you is, this will handle also the brand inspectors and anybody else that goes through within our vicinity? And are we going to be able to take other applicants from other towns that don't want to go all the way to Santa Fe or Hobbs?
I don't know about this is law enforcement, I'm not sure about the brand inspectors, I'm
They take
talking
the same
about.
thing.
Okay, so they probably would be able to if they're under the same thing. We're going to mirror the state academy, that's the only way we could do it, because we still have to operate under their rules and regs. And yes, we would want, and the trade would be, what I put in the application is, if we were to charge a tuition fee, it'd be about the same as what Hobbs does. But what I would offer is that if they want to provide instructors, then we can trade that way as well.
Okay.
So it's not to be a money-making operation, it's a convenience to keep my recruits here. That's what I want.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Counselor Kennard and Counselor Roebuck. That exhausts my list. Counselor Kennard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. How many instructors do we have that are sent out to the other academies?
We cover every class. I can go grab my application.
Well, I was just curious about how many we actually send to either Santa Fe or Hobbs to help them.
I'm not sure the entire curriculum, but we are the ones sending them up there. I talked to the Carlsbad chief, he sends a couple, and he doesn't even attend that academy, but it's primarily us. And in the application, I list all of our certified instructors. Counselor Stubbs, you have a copy of it, it's 2 pages worth. It is, we have 2 or 3 that go up each academy class, is what the deputy chief just told me.
Okay, so they are qualified to teach, other municipalities or law enforcement agencies. I know this is just curiosity. This is probably way too far away to answer, but you would require these cadets to stay in housing at Eastern here in Roswell, or they would be allowed to go home?
I would have them go home and commute back and forth to the academy. That's the benefit also of having an in-house academy. And if the surrounding areas, they'd have to be close enough. That's why the stakeholders are within striking range of the city. That's a whole nother liability package to have them housed here and sleeping here, but if they're here and they're hired here, they're already seeking housing within the city. But there is housing available at the school, and the president has told us that. But again, it's a whole nother issue. I want to run this thing, this is going to be a high-end flight, we're going to get it done. And anyways, just to show you the list of certified instructors at the Roswell Police Department, there's no shortage.
Yeah. Okay, I was just curious. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question, or maybe it's not a quick question, but what it would be the impact on recruiting? How would this help recruiting for you guys?
I would hope everything helps recruiting, but to tell your recruits that, obviously the recruits are conscious of the fact that they could go to Hobbs or they can go to Santa Fe, and there's actually discussion about that. Imagine the attractiveness that you could stay in the neighborhood where your family is. You could go home at night, you're home on the weekends, there's not a 3-hour drive one way to go either way. Plus the logistics, one of them gets hurt up there, or anything happens, it's a hike. This is far more beneficial, and I'm going to push for it strongly, once I get the support of the city. But there isn't any negative impacts to it. It would be a selling factor as well. Once we're up and running too, the other agencies around, I've talked to some of the surrounding chiefs, and they kind of like the idea that you take a ride down the road and you have the Roswell Police Academy available.
And just for information, Mayor, members of the council, we operate our own fire academy for our recruits. It's another 16-week academy. We do that here in town. The benefit to that is that at the end of the day, the recruits can go home. So if you have a young family with children or something, at least they get to go home every night. If you go to the Santa Fe Academy or if you go to the Hobbs Academy, they're there for a week. They get done at 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon, then they got to drive 3 hours to get home. They got to be checked back in by, I believe it's 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, so they're leaving 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday to get back. And that's for 16 weeks. So I think it's just a huge benefit to young families that may be struggling anyway, and then to take somebody out of the home for 16 weeks at a time. We've been very successful with the fire academies, not so much holding them after the training, but getting them through the training and stuff. We've been pretty successful at that for many years now. So, and I was around in the 80s when we did have our police academy here at the old airport. And I don't know why it went away, but I know several people that went through it back in that time. And I just think it'd be a huge benefit to our community and the surrounding communities, Artesia, Carlsbad, that, it's even farther for them to get to Santa Fe. So I think it could be a big benefit for our community and the region.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Moore. Councilor, you have the floor.
I just wanted to say, as we listen during safety, I think it's a great idea. And I was thinking the way and the benefits of, like you said, paying all those to go and all the traveling and all that. How long would it be before it would seem like it was, would it be immediately the first one that we would see some benefit from it? Or you think it would take a couple of classes before we would see?
Well, I think the police department would feel the benefit immediately. For instance, we have 11 lined up to go to the next academy. We just graduated 5 yesterday, and we have another 11 in the process. So, I mean, our recruiting division is bringing them in. So, you lose them in different ways throughout the process, but to have that availability, to have them here, the cost factor, plus there's a liability factor. I wouldn't be completely forthright with you if I didn't tell you that I'm concerned about travel. That's a long drive, and things happen. So wear and tear on the vehicles, but to have them here in Roswell, to be trained in the environment that they're going to work in, I don't know if you can put a price on that.
I see the benefits, and I think it's a great idea, and I'm truly going to support it. I think it's something that's needed. And the more we can bring them here, let them stay here. They can stay here. We can bring them from Carlsbad. We can make them stay over here, Artesia, whatever. But I just think it's a great idea, so I think we're ready for it.
Picture a recruit class jogging down Main Street in Cadence, all in their full TAC uniforms.
All right, I have Councilor Oropesa and Councilor Foster. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the, how big or how many cadets do you anticipate to have per, or does it depend?
I anticipate doing 20 a year, and that's the minimum for the application. And I anticipate doing 2, and that's a great question, thank you. I forgot to say this, but I anticipate running 2 sessions a year. The State Academy runs 2, everybody runs 2, but what I would like to do is I would like to run them offset of what the other academies are doing. Hobbs is like a week either before or after Santa Fe does, so it doesn't benefit you if you have somebody off cycle. I'd like to have our academy run in the off cycle opposite of what the other academies are doing. But 2 a year, and minimally 10 in the academy class a year. And dispatch is different. Dispatch is a lot smaller. I talked to Terry, and I estimated in the application we do at least 5 dispatches a year, and once we get that one up and going, and at least 5 of the CERT by waivers a year. So it's not the state academy size, but for us it'd be perfect.
And Roswell cadets would take preference over anybody else?
Absolutely. So,
because if I'm seeing the information correctly or reading it correctly, it also will include the sheriff departments from the different counties, right? So there's a big plus for them as well.
I'm hoping one day I'm only hiring 5 or 3. Okay. But I'd like to still have the academy here.
Thank you.
I have Counselor Foster, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Foster.
Well, the next that wasn't said was, what would be the maximum that we would have in a class?
Well, I'd say in a regional academy of our size, I'd say maybe 20 in a full-size class. I could not see much more than that. If we did start to expand in that way, we'd have to start looking at it as more of not a Roswell. It would have to be, more for the area, and I think we'd also have to start looking at gaining revenue from it. See, the goal right here is I want my recruits trained here, and that I want to benefit that way. If we did start to expand, that's another discussion, and it would be different numbers on those fiscal impacts.
Right. And I am all for this too, and being a teacher, I've had kids of our recruits, and to talk to them, where they only got to see their dad Saturday or their mom Saturday and Sunday, and it does affect the family, and so to be able to keep them here is a great thing. And for the other one is the danger of driving on the road after they've had a full day, 9 to 5 or even earlier, because they don't always just start at 9 and to 5 at Friday, and then they turn around and have to drive home. Because the desire for them to drive home is great, and they will drive home, and that is a danger too. So I'm all for this. Thank you.
Thank you. We handle most of their paperwork from here anyways. It's like the state academy is a shell. We handle the paperwork, we do the recruiting, we glean the candidates, we do it all. Why not have it here? Why we, and great that we have an academy, but if we have the facilities, we have the ability, we should be doing it here. We're one of the biggest cities, we're a current city, we're very professional, there's no reason why we shouldn't have our own academy. The other major cities have their own academy as well.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no one else on my list. At this time, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-24, calling for the recreation of the Roswell Police Regional Satellite Academy. A yes or aye approves the resolution. A no or nay rejects it. Please make sure your microphone is turned on and activate your vote button. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And the vote is 10-0. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
And by the way, I agree with everything that you've said, because it was 16 weeks, and I never got to go home, because they were on the other side of the nation. And, yeah. And then I did the cert by waiver. That was painful, so I'm all for you.
I was with you on that one.
Yeah. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, a little digression there. Next up, item number 17, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve Resolution 21-25 to support applications to the NMDOT's call for projects.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Kennard to approve Resolution 21-25, New Mexico DOT call for projects support applications. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, Council, what you have before you is Resolution 21-25 to support applications for the New Mexico DOT call for projects. As a refresher, we did this in 2019. We put in 4 projects, and that's when we were awarded the Country Club in Maine traffic signal. This is a 95% state money, 5% match, but we are competing with every other community in the state. So that's why we're putting in 4. The 4 projects you have before you are West McGaffey, Wyoming to Union, which would be a mill and fill sidewalk and ADA. You'll recognize that as one of our ICIP projects that went to the legislature this year that was not selected. The other project would be Maine US 285, another chip and striping from McGaffey to College. We just did that very same thing on Main Street from College to Country Club. So now we would have it all the way from Country Club all the way to McGaffey, all the way southeast Maine to Poe. We would have, also, the other application, other project we put in there is North Atkinson, from Cherry to College. We're currently bidding North Atkinson from Second to Cherry. This would be the part from Cherry to College right in front of the zoo. The other one would be East Hobson widening, East Earl Cummins Loop, east towards US 285. As you come in from 285 towards the airport, it would be that, widening that with shoulders and a turning lane and intersections there when you get to turn to the airport. All these plans are complete. They're sitting on the shelf, we're ready to bid. That's one of the requirements. Infrastructure did review this and recommended 4-0, and I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. I have Counselor Best and Counselor Stubbs. Counselor Best, you have the floor.
Lewis, so did I read, when I read my agenda, that the county is going to help us with East Hobson?
Negative. What I was trying to say there, Counselor Best, is currently the DOT and the county have a project to redo the geometry there at 285 in Hobson, but it would be the Hobson, it would be the intersection, but also the Hobson portion the county's involved in is on the east side of US 285.
Okay, so,
Correct.
okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Know that after all these years.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I have Counselor Stubbs. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question, because I've not seen a resolution like this before, I don't think. With the fourth whereas, do you have it in front of you?
I do have it in my packet, but
Your 428-page pack,
what page is it on the packet?
244.
Okay, so when this comes out, there is no format. I just took an old one and did it.
That's fine. I just have, let me read what it is, and I'll tell you my concern.
I have it in front of me now.
Okay. The fourth whereas says, whereas the city of Roswell agrees to fund all project development, environmental analysis, and design costs separate from the costs of construction. So my question is that showing what we'll do with our 5%, or is this in addition to the 5% we would spend?
This would be an addition. Again, these projects are already completed, the design, so we've already
Right.
done all that. In essence, what I'm trying to say there is that all we're asking for is construction money.
Okay.
I hope
So
that
there will
clarifies.
be an additional cost to the city other than a 5% match?
Yes, that'd be the engineering department cost.
Okay, so it would come out of...
It's in our in-house.
Okay.
Because we're doing the design, we've already
Right.
done the survey and design, and then
Okay.
we would do the construction inspection.
But you haven't done the environmental analysis?
No, these would be what we call a CE, categorical exclusion. It's just, I have to write the letters and stuff to go with it. But I can't do that until I have what they call a control number, and you have to be selected, and then a control number issued by the New Mexico DOT.
Okay. And when does this happen?
The
When do they make the
the project feasibility forms go in tomorrow, and then SERPA will review it June 6th, and then we'll score it. From there, it goes to the district will look at it, cabinet secretary will look at it, and of course, MOG will look at it.
No wonder government moves so slowly, huh?
But hopefully they're hoping September, DOT commission, they'd have the selection list.
Well, this is great. I appreciate it very much, and thank you for explaining that. I'm fine with it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have no one else on my list. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-25. A no or nay rejects the resolution. Please make sure your microphone is on and activate your vote button when you respond. All those in favor of Resolution 21-25, please respond by saying yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Sorry. All those opposed say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0.
Thank you, council.
Next up, item number 18, Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve Resolution 2126 Sidewalk Repair Funding and Prioritization Program.
I have a motion by Counselor Roebuck and a second by Counselor Foster to approve Resolution 21-26, Sidewalk Repair Funding and Prioritization Program. Mr. Nahar, welcome back.
Yes, been a long time.
Yes.
I have one more after this one. So Resolution 2126, trying to be brief and concise because I know we have a heavy agenda. This resolution was presented by Councilor Roebuck. The gist of it, the city manager or his designee will at least once a year submit to the governing body via the infrastructure committee a priority list for sidewalk repairs for amendment and approval for the top priority and urgent projects. Cost estimates should be included. I will emphasize that this does not change the state statute or our current code on the sidewalk repair and responsibility. Infrastructure did review it and recommended it 4-0. One thing I want to share with you on the pictures, we have two sidewalks examples. The one on the left with the slope. Just to give you a little example, if we were to have to go in there and make this current ADA standards, and you've seen it all in my projects, that driveway would have, the first 5 feet would be flat, relatively flat, so you could have a wheelchair. And if you can envision that we have to make that flat, that makes the citizen's driveway that much steeper. So the question would be, who would be doing the rest of it to make it less steep, or how would that be handled? The other one that we have, the picture on the right, we've all seen that where the sidewalk is heaved, whether due to watering, settling, or the roots. And again, as you look at it, you can fix that, and where do you start and where do you stop? Just using examples that we run into all the time, and I stand for any questions.
All right, I have Counselor Stubbs and Counselor Roebuck. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. I don't question the integrity of what this is trying to do. I think one of my concerns is that this looks like it's going to deviate and set aside this item from the rest of the budgeting process. And I just don't care for that. That kind of bothers me. The other thing I'm wondering is, again, Louis, you've shown here two sidewalks that are in obviously a residential district. And so I'm just questioning, is the intent of this resolution to do this in residential areas, or is this asking the city manager to come up with sidewalks that abut private property or just abut public property? And I guess my question is, statute says the owner...
State statute says the adjacent owner is responsible for repair
Yes.
and maintenance.
So talk to me a little bit about
So
that.
to answer your questions, currently in the preliminary budget, there is a $250,000 set aside for sidewalk program. If you read my abstract, your second question is my question that hasn't been answered.
Okay. I understand that's really complicated, and I do understand that court decisions don't necessarily agree with statute, but I'm at a real quandary as to where we need to be on this.
All right. Mayor, City Council, let me add a little bit more to it and explain a little bit farther as well too. Back in January of 2020, I presented to this body a sidewalk improvement program. It was all encompassing. It took in a lot of different pieces of how to incorporate low-income property owners, all this process. The statute and the city code are very explicit that the sidewalks are the responsibility of the contiguous property owners. There is also a part in our code that allows us to correct any issues with sidewalks that we deem that are more important, that have to be taken care of to that level. So it kind of gives us both options out there within that process. So what we are trying to do, I believe with this, is that we want to establish the process. This resolution itself does not talk about how much money we would put to the program, but it establishes that the program has the backing of the city council to do that. I would say that the next piece of this is, in this budget, is to determine how much funding we can put to this. We have the ability to go through there, from that January meeting, we have the city broken out into 10 different sections within the city. So we will be going out into those 10 different sections, a section essentially every year, and we will be making an assessment of, starting with the lack of good sidewalks near schools, parks, all of these areas that are walkable for the children and everything, and then we'll expand out from there. We have sections of the city that are old enough that have no sidewalk whatsoever. We'll get to them as the priorities change. But I think the intent of this is to say, we received that petition back even farther than a year and a half ago. We received a petition by a number of property owners, mainly in the downtown area, that said, we need you to look at sidewalks. And so I think this is that evolution of where this resolution is going, to try to tackle this issue. What we will do, because I've had this conversation with Councilor Roebuck with infrastructure and everything, is that we'll pull that program up, and we'll establish the program in a more detailed version where we can allow for assessments on the property. You know, as we talk about making these adjustments to there, we'll be able to provide some of that funding, because we do have the ability to go fix any sidewalk that we deem as needed to be fixed. We can either charge it back to the property owner or not. We will establish some type of low-income type process so that we're not adversarially hitting an individual that can't. We have the ability to do payment plans. We have the ability to do all of this work on that. I think the challenge has always been is that we've never focused long enough in order to take care of the sidewalk. So it's more of a roundabout way, but we have a program that we presented back in January of 2020. COVID hit, and we pulled back off of doing anything farther with that at that point in time. So we're going to end up brushing that back off, presenting that out there. Again, we will create, within this resolution and everything else, we will create a prioritization of that, and that's what this is asking for, is tell me where you're going to go and do this work at. Give me the cost estimates. Tell me how you're going to do it. And so I look at this as just being that evolution of that process. It does not establish a dollar amount, though. That's the thing that you need to understand. It does not establish a dollar amount. The dollar amount does come during the budget time, when I say this is how much we have that we can move off of these other things in order to tackle this issue. I hope that helps a little bit farther.
Mr. Mayor?
Got the floor.
Yes, I appreciate that. I don't see, because we've discussed this for years in Roswell, and I don't know that there's an answer as to how it's funded, where we do it, and all of that. I understand that. I think I'm still concerned about whether we're doing it on a property that abuts private or public properties, and I'm going to assume that almost all the requests and all the petition signatures came from privately owned property. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, and I would say that I believe that's probably true. Now keep in mind that we have already identified that any of the corners with the ADA ramps, we've determined as our responsibility, because we want them built a certain way. We want them to meet all of these classifications. We also have said that any trees that are negatively affecting the sidewalks, we will help with those trees as well too, if they're in the parkway. If they're privately owned, then we'll ask them to remove those trees. And so it really comes down to, and then curb and gutter is ours as well too. So depending on if the sidewalk is abutted up to the curb or gutter, or if there's a parkway there, then we deal with those separately as well too. I will say that a lot of the individuals that have had questions about this have been privately owned, privately contiguous properties to the sidewalks. But we've never established a true dollar amount that we could actually utilize. And I think that that's where this program will expand out there. In the same manner that we assist with all small businesses and everything else, we find ways in order to extend out that impact to them. we would do the same thing with that, because a lot of these property owners will not have the $5,000 to replace an entire sidewalk in front of their property. But if we can do low interest, no interest loans, bill it through the utility billing, do an assessment, put it on their taxes, that'll be that negotiation between us and the property owners how to get there. The other side of this is, of course, the code enforcement side of taking care of those sidewalks that are deemed hazardous to health, and then we'll have to tackle those as well too, but that doesn't change our ability to assist our property owners with it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm very pleased that we're looking at a process of assisting the property owners, and actually, I have to tell you that contiguous is a better word than abutting, so thank you for bringing that up. Did infrastructure, and maybe I need to ask Councilor Roebuck, was any consideration taken to the work you mentioned just a little bit ago that legal did with the, looking at where the sidewalk should go and the ordinance that we had? I think COVID happened, and so we just didn't figure or continue that, but has that information been looked at this point?
We didn't go back into this detail of this history of where we came up to, where we got to today. I think the emphasis for the infrastructure was to help provide that assistance from the city council viewpoint that this is important and this is where we need to go.
Okay.
And there's nothing in this resolution that interferes with our ability to set this program into play. It's just that, I guess where I get a little concerned is that when we start talking about providing assistance to certain property owners, I believe that the city council should be actively involved in those kind of conversations.
Okay, good.
And so that was the only reason that we were having that conversation. But within infrastructure, this was trying to establish that a directive out of the city council through a resolution format saying this is important. That's the way I interpreted it, so.
Okay, thank you very much. I did listen to the infrastructure meeting, so forgive me, I know it's a complicated issue. I appreciate the time we're spending on this and the answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I have Councilor Roebuck, Councilor Kennard, and Councilor Perry. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councilor Stubbs stated, this has been a problem that the city's been trying to and unsuccessfully able to tackle for a long time. The real issue is the question of economics, is that we have this rule, state and city, that the property owners are supposed to take care of their sidewalks, but I will say it's politically unenforceable. It's certainly unenforceable evenly, because we have so many of our constituents who could not begin to afford to install or replace old sidewalks. That being said, what I'm hoping that comes out of this, in some ways, this is more about making sure this issue doesn't leave the purview of the city council. In that, if there's a program and staff brings us, these are the sidewalk priorities to us every year, then we cannot just continue to dodge the issue or kick the can down the road. And it's not that people have not been doing hard work on it. I think they have. But there is no perfect solution for this. And in some ways, the resolution was drafted to leave as much room as possible for the city manager to do those things which are in the best interest of the city. And certainly did not want to dive into any of the legal issues, if at all possible, with the who's responsible for that. And certainly, my understanding of the resolution is that we are not taking away responsibility for it. Just like if you go and you buy someone lunch, that's nice for them, but ultimately they're still going to be responsible for their lunch from yesterday and their lunch for tomorrow. It's still their thing. It just happens to be a time when we could possibly help out. Ultimately, of course, I think those decisions are best left up to staff. I do encouraged by and I like the different ways that the city manager is trying to tackle this issue with, just some of the creative financing possibilities, because even if we could throw a lot of money at this and still not make a dent on it. But I think for those areas that are most egregious, I think one thing that Mr. Nahar, not a counselor, I bet you're happy about that. Mr. Nahar, he had some very, very good questions about, well, how do we even pick these roads? But he also made some interesting recommendations I thought were all very possible things. Well, let's identify the highest thoroughfares where people are walking. Let's identify the safe paths for schools, where kids needs that. And I think that even as we get to this place where I think that we're going to be wanting to start enforcing this code at some level more than we have in the past. It's good for us as a city to say put some money where our mouth is, so to speak, and not just bringing out the stick from a code enforcement side, but also saying, hey, we're trying to be in this with you. We're trying to bring your money to the table anyway. It is the taxpayers' money. We're bringing your money to the table to try to help with those things. I do understand from the engineering standpoint that this is a mess, and I don't pretend to understand all the solutions in all these different areas and how they work out, but Joe knows them because he has to. So I think that I trust the city management and the engineering department will be able to identify projects that this money can go to, whatever money gets allocated in the budget. But that most importantly, that every year this comes to our attention. What has the engineering department and city staff evaluated as these are the biggest needs on sidewalks? Because our constituents have been asking about that for years. They've been asking about that, and we've got to start somewhere. So let's, ultimately, Joe will pick those, and his engineering department will pick those projects that aren't legally fraught, or the least legally fraught, I should say, projects, and put the ones that work for this type of thing. So I think that's the idea and the purpose behind this. Mainly, let's stay on top of this as a city council. Let's keep this coming back to us. It also gives us a chance, if we know something that, as we've talked to our constituents, like this is a very important sidewalk or something that the city staff might not have picked up on, but we have from our constituents, the 10 of us here, 11 including the mayor. If there's a particular thing that we can say, hey, but this is important too, and bring that to the attention through this process. So in a very public, opens meeting type of way. So that's the heart behind this. Thank you very much. I yield.
I have Councilor Kennard and Councilor Perry. Councilor Kennard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. When I'm trying to imagine this program, I compare it to the manhole project in some ways. We have so many manholes, they need to be repaired. We get about, is it 50 a year done? Is that what 40 to 50?
Correct.
Okay. And so I believe in the infrastructure meeting, we talked about how many miles of sidewalk we have. How many is that?
634.
Okay. I see this as putting us in a pickle a bit. I can see placing sidewalks where they don't exist, maybe ever, or near schools. But if it conflicts with what we already have in place, perhaps we need to change the ordinance or something like that. Do we know how other municipalities have handled this issue? I mean, surely we're not the only ones that have ever dealt with this. Perhaps maybe we could investigate that.
Most of the cities that I deal with are in the same boat that we're in. They put out some money, they pick it out, whether it's going to be economic need, school needs. You can take the bicycle and pedestrian master plan. That identifies some sidewalk areas to get people walking from the transit stops to the businesses and that kind of stuff. There's all sorts of ways to do it, but ultimately it comes down that money for sidewalks is very minimal, and the need for sidewalks is a lot.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, every city that we researched when we were looking at the sidewalk program that we were looking at, every city in New Mexico follows the state statute that says that the contiguous property owner is responsible. Now, how they implement it is what Mr. Nahar is talking about as well, too. is trying to find that way. There's a lot of different low-income programs out there as well, too, but Santa Fe, Albuquerque, all of them have the contiguous property owner is responsible for the sidewalks. And it's just how they implement it, but I think Louis is correct as well, too, is that nobody has found a really good method of doing that. When we talk about 634 miles of streets, we're talking about sidewalks on both sides of those miles. We would need approximately $6 million a year in order to maintain the life expectancy of that many miles of sidewalks. And coming up with $6 million, I mean, next conversations on roads, our inspection plan says we need 16 million if we wanted to get the program where we want it to be. So coming up with 6 million is going to be very, very difficult, at least unless we start eating the elephant bite by bite.
And let me give you an example of a cost. If you remember, we did the CDBG project in 2016, which was the East Bland sidewalk. That was 1 mile of sidewalk from Garden to Mesa Middle School. It was roughly $625,000
For 1 mile.
for 1 mile.
Thank you.
Have Counselor Perry, and I exhaust my list.
A question I have, and I tried to look at it, I remember this from 2013, a long time ago when this came up, but currently on the books, what are constituents who are required to fix their sidewalks, what kind of materials are they able to utilize to replace those sidewalks with?
It would have to be ADA material, and anymore it's just concrete.
Say that once again.
ADA materials, so it has to be smooth material. It has to be, if you're using it for a sidewalk, it has to be ADA traversable for a wheelchair. The old brick sidewalks are no longer valid. The tile sidewalks are no longer valid, so basically you're talking concrete sidewalks.
So I guess part of that, my question was, I don't know the property owner here in this picture, but we have pavement that's utilized here. Asphalt or whatever it is.
That picture was from what we call an annual maintenance repair. So I'm guessing that we had a water service repair, and we had to dig in the asphalt and the concrete to fix the service line to the meter. And so that picture, that's where it came from. We have the annual maintenance project, and what I have my guys doing is we take pictures of certain properties to make sure that what it looked like before, because some people will complain afterwards. And to me, that was just a good example of the slope. That's why I chose that picture.
We would have to probably go back and look, but anytime that they dig up these areas, they will put a temporary patch in there as well, too, so that it actually is still usable.
But at some point, the city would go back and replace this.
Yeah, that's already been repaired.
Yeah,
That's already been repaired.
Yep.
That was just a temporary patch. The water crews went in there and fixed the water line, and then the street crew came in afterwards and put a temporary patch. The work order was issued to the contractor on the annual maintenance, and he comes back and fixes it.
Point well taken, thank you. I guess I don't want to continue and push conversation when we probably already all know where we're going to vote. I'm going to support because I don't know that this really changes, anything except for the fact that it gives maybe a guideline of moving through, of trying to better determine what's necessary first and second.
What this is going to do, Councilor Perry, excuse me, is basically is going to tell engineering and management that we have to come up with the list. If you'll be patient, it'll be very similar in my next presentation on the roads, where we already have a list, but that's what we'll be coming back with you, is some list. These are the recommendations, and council will have a chance to review them.
I appreciate what's being done. I guess the only thing that I would say, just of concern, is I just want to be careful when we go through a budget process through the Finance Committee, that not all of a sudden we've got a massive list that later there's a big push to come back and change when the process should run together within the finance to get this done. So then when the financing is done, then we'll know what we can move from. Thank you.
I have no one else on my list, but I'll break with my tradition here in a couple comments. one of the issues that has always struck me about sidewalks is, although statute and ordinance says it's the property owner's responsibility, it is a public thoroughfare. And Mr. Patterson, correct me if I have this wrong, but that property owner can in no way, shape, or form control who passes along that sidewalk. They can come and go as they choose because it is a public thoroughfare, like the street or the alley. And yet, we do not expect property owners to maintain streets and alleys. That is a city responsibility because they are a public thoroughfare. And, as Mr. Nahar has pointed out, there are very stringent requirements. These public thoroughfares for pedestrians or wheelchairs have to meet standards. Not standards of the property owner, but standards imposed by government. Government-imposed standards. It is of my opinion, and we all know I don't have a vote, that if we're going to pose standards, the government has a responsibility to fund it to some degree. So I encourage us to move forward on this very challenging topic. I will now call for a vote. This will be a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-26. A no or nay rejects the resolution. Once again, activate your microphone, activate the vote button. All those in favor of Resolution 21-26, please signify by saying yes or aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
All right, and the vote is 8-2, Oropesa and more. Moving on to item number 19, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve Resolution 21-27, Road Repair Funding and Prioritization Program.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Kennard to approve Resolution 21-27, Road Repair Funding and Prioritization Program. Mr. Nahar?
Mayor, Council, been a while.
Yes.
Okay, so this is very similar to the sidewalk resolution. If you look on your packet on page 248, again, it identifies we have 317 centerline miles of road. Difference is this, in this road repair prioritization program, we've broken it up in 3 classifications: local streets, collectors, minor arterial streets, and also primary arterial streets. Local streets are your residential streets. Your collectors are minor arterial streets, are your busier streets like 8th Street, the streets that collect it. Primary arterial are basically 2nd and Main, Atkinson, something like that. The difference in this one is engineering and streets has already proposed the list. We proposed the list and it's already in the budget. In your packet, you have some of the classifications that the pavement condition did, and the city's map of our classifications, so you can see what kind they are. Infrastructure did vote on this one 4-0. I just want to kind of go over the list that's already built into the budget, the preliminary budget. And one more thing, whoops. On my picture, I want to refresh your memory of what we're kind of clubs in the golf bag that we have. So on the upper left is the hot recycle. You saw us do that on 19th Street, Post Street, Union Street, north and south. The center picture is the microsurfacing, which we'll use that to cape the hot recycle, which would probably be the primary tool that we would use in the residential areas. It used to be that we had a very strong residential program where we microsurfaced, and we were doing about $1 million, $1.5 million just on microsurfacing, but that disappeared about 5 or 6 years ago. And with that amount of money, it took about 8 to 10 years to go around everybody's neighborhood. The picture on the right is the Nova Chip, which we just did on North Main from College to Country Club. So those are some of the tools that we have. We also have the mill and fills, where you mill out 3 inches and you put in 3 inches. So if you look on your packet, on your page 255, that's the list that we're proposing that's been funded in the preliminary budget, that would get the hot recycle and then the microsurfacing on top. And if you notice those are your collectors and your minor arterials. West 8th Street, Richardson Street, North Washington Street, South Lee, South Garden, South Virginia. On page 256, this is the microsurfacing only, but we could always substitute this for the residential or the local streets. On page 257, fiscal year 2022, these are the more robust projects that we do have proposed. As I said, we're bidding the North Atkinson project from Second to Cherry. We're going to take out the pavement completely down 18 inches, rebuild it, and do that. That's DOT funded, or matching $1 million. We're expecting a $2 million bid. We also have the Spring River Trail, which you just awarded 2 months ago. And that's just an overlay on the Spring River Trail. And then we're going to do another overlay in the Hondo Trail. We're fortunate on New Mexico DOT application, line item 23. That's another Nova chip on College from Maine to Atkinson. And we're going 50-50 with the DOT. We put in an application, and the DOT said, yes, we'll match you 50-50. So then we have 3 proposed sections for mill and fill. And you've all heard these come up on your constituents. You've seen it on Facebook and all the phone calls I'm sure you've gotten. One of them is Garden, Second to Cherry. Another one is South Washington from McGaffey to Alameda. And then Sunset from Brasher to Poe. And then, of course, we did get the approved legislature, $889,000 for the second North Garden Bridge right there by the Roswell Livestock Auction. And then the legislative ICAP request, again, that's part of the call for projects. We've already got the matching money built in case we do get one of these projects, and we'll have the matching money in there. So with this resolution, part of it's already done, that the city manager and staff would present you a list once a year. Here's your list. And we would continue to do this yearly. So everybody sees up front what's coming up in March. I already have the hot recycle teams ready to come back March of 2022. We try to be first on the list, and we're so far down south. And again, what this resolution does is it forces us to come with you a list so we're transparent, and the public is transparent and sees what we're going to be doing in the upcoming fiscal year. And I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Roebuck. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I do want to say unequivocally that I really do appreciate all the work that our engineering department does. And Louis and I talk about just whenever you drive on like the fresh paved road, man, you get a smile. It makes you feel really good about your community. It just feels nice, and we like that. So obviously, we've all talked to constituents, and roads are a very important part of that. And I think this resolution is as much for us as it is for staff, that we keep our eyes on the ball, so to speak, on this project. The key component, I believe, in this resolution is we have different types of roads, and they really have funding from potentially some different sources. Obviously, the things that are highways going through our town are going to get a lot more attention from our state. And then obviously the neighborhoods are not going to get much of any attention at all at the state. And I think that we need to, as we budget and as we plan and as we program, we need to be thinking about those roads as different allocations. Like Mr. Nahar said just a couple of minutes ago, is that 5 years ago we had a pretty robust neighborhoods program, but in 5 years we haven't had much money for that. We took our eye off the ball on that, and so now we're effectively 5 years behind. And the concept behind this is that let's not get behind on our neighborhood maintenance. Let's not get behind on these other types of streets that may not attract the the money from at the state level, and treat those differently. And if we tackle a little bit at a time, we'll stay on top of it. And just like the manholes, I mean, just like the way we do fleet maintenance with our vehicles. In some ways, it's not much different than that at all. So we have an inventory of roads, and we should know we already know every 8 years or so, or whatever road it is, what kind of maintenance it's going to need, more or less. And so I think we need to be understanding that here at the city council level, and also we need to make sure that we are funding not just the big roads that are the crises, but we're also keeping up with the things, because if we don't start keeping up with the neighborhoods, we are going to have a crisis, and it's going to be a very, very, very expensive crisis. So that's the heart behind this resolution, as well as what Mr. Nahar said, as far as making sure that our constituents know what's going on, and making sure that we have a chance, separate from, obviously we have a chance to affect the stuff in budgeting, but separate from budgeting, we have a chance to really to look over these roads as a council and talk about them and bring our input to the mix as well. So again, I appreciate everything Mr. Nahar and his team has done. And I really enjoyed driving on the freshly striped roads today. It was a lot of fun. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Perry and then Councilor Orpesa. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
I guess just a question. First of all, you mentioned earlier an annual, submit an annual report or list. In the actual resolution, section 2, it says a biannual. So is there a mistype in the resolution, or am I just misunderstanding? Okay, so it's not an annual, it's a biannual.
It's a biannual. In case something happens, we have main breaks or a catastrophic event in the winter, then we've had to do that in the past, modify our list.
Okay. Yeah, one thing that I just want to say that it has to do with this. We're faced with a good situation with this next fiscal budget, and the fact that we have money to be able to spend towards this. That's not even counting the consideration whether I think that the federal government should be pouring out a ton of money. Whether I agree with that or not, the fact is it's going to happen. We're going to get our share of that. I guess my concern is this is going to be the first year we're really going to know how much work we can truly get done, because there's going to be the desire to put just millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars towards roads, and I'm sort of assured that there's just so many miles that our men, as good as they are, and women, that work for us that are able to produce and do. So that's something that we have to be a little cautious on and really look at and consider when it comes to this. I would like to see the day, you was talking about when you drive on a good road, you're just like, you have that great moment, sort of like when you leave, New Mexico highways into Texas, you just sort of have that breath of fresh air. I want people to have that when they drive into Roswell. And but at the same time, I want us to be cautious. I do have to mention, because I did receive phone calls from constituents on this issue today, and with sidewalks as well, is that when we have folks that are doing work that we're contracting with, that we make sure that they are, and I know you're doing a good job at that, but to make sure we stay on top and ensure that those jobs are being done to the absolute pristine of what we're paying for, so we can ensure those roads are going to last us.
All right, thank you, Councilor. I have Councilor Orpesa, Councilor Stubbs. That exhausts my list. Councilor Orpesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something that we've been working on for quite a while. And the fact that we did that study, that we got the study back a couple of years ago, I think the study in and of itself was very explicit of what we need to do as a council. And if I remember correctly, it was going to take, I think it was $16 million a year for 5 years to be able to address all the issues for...
Well, $16 million a year for the first 5 years, and then we would reanalyze, but that would just to be at a point that we would be gaining and not losing. And at $5 million a year, That's basically what our budget was. We were going downhill. And then to stay even was $9.9 million.
Which we haven't been able to do up to now.
Correct.
And so, by this resolution, I think we're being repetitive for staff to say that they need to stay on top of it when they already know what the problems are. And to require them to come and present a report of what streets need to be done and so forth, I think I have a lot more trust in the engineering department that they will stay on top of it and do what they have been doing by presenting to us the projects that are needed, the ones that the state is willing to fund, and some of the other ones that are funded through other sources. And so I don't see the need for this resolution to impose on the staff to make sure that they stay on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I have Counselor Stubbs and then Counselor Foster. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to agree with a lot that Counselor Arpaza just said, so I won't go over all of that, but I'm looking, first of all, in the second whereas, where there's a list of the different categories, their classifications, I guess, of streets, and they don't match the typical ones that we use, for example, on the next page that shows the map. If I'm understanding correctly, principal arterial streets are basically state roads, is that correct?
That is correct. In the packet, you have 3 different classifications. You had the classification that the city typically uses in our map. There was a classification that was used by the pavement condition assessment, and the classifications that infrastructure requested to be put in the resolution.
Great. So I think my concern is the lack of continuity and understanding what is what. And again, I can't see where this resolution's going to affect the work that's done on the principal arterial roads or streets. You've already outlined the process on that. So I wonder about that. I think that basically what you've outlined and what you're required to do, especially for state funds, is already being done, and I just don't see the need for this primarily for that. The study's been done, as Councilor Arpaza said. We know what direction we need to go in, and the process, again, that engineering goes through, it's already being done and outlined, so I won't be voting for this.
I have Counselor Foster, and I exhaust my list. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at this and I'm not seeing that, I mean, I know there's a lot of work that our engineering staff does all the time, but a lot of this is repetitive that they've already done, so it's not that it's a whole new report, it's just making another copy for us. And the fact that I like this because I do know I have constituents all the time saying, when are you going to fix Washington? And where I look at Washington, it's fixed, it's nice. But yes, where this stays in 2022, from McGaffey down to Alameda, it definitely needs a lot of work. And getting this every 6 months would remind me, or have this where I could look at it and say, well, it's on the queue for this to be fixed in this amount of time. And I know I get questioned all the time about when's this curb going to be fixed or when this street's going to be fixed. And so us getting something like this every 6 months is kind of nice, so then that way it can refresh my mind. We do have a lot of constituents that think that we need to know when the trash is being picked up. We just can't know everything the city does, but to have a list every 6 months would be nice to be able to look at. Thank you.
All right, that exhausts my list. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I approves Resolution 21-27. A no or nay rejects it. When you respond, please use your microphone and activate the vote box. All those in favor of Resolution 21-27, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
All right, and the vote is 7-3. Noes are Oripasis, Stubbs, and Moore. All right, moving on, item number 20. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is again at the recommendation of the Legal Committee, a vote of 3-0, that I move to approve the red line version of Resolution 21-28, declaring the City Council's intent to apply Urban Development Action Grant funds for improvement to Hangar 84 at the Roswell Air Center.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster. Let the record reflect that at 9:21, Counselor Peterson left the meeting. Motion by Stubbs and second by Foster. Mr. Patterson.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So the UDAG program was a federal program back in the late 70s, early 80s, before my time, so I can't tell you too much about it from personal experience. But I understand that it stood for Urban Development Action Grant, and that the city applied for and got $3 million for various economic development projects that were related, I think, to things that were happening at the RAC. Now, in 2017, the federal government notified everybody that this program, which had been moribund for some time, was being officially terminated and closed out. The city had funds left over from the projects that were done in the 80s, and they had been still kind of sitting there without being used for quite some time. But with the information from the federal government that this was freed from all of the stipulations and strings that were attached to it from the UDAG program, in 2019, in Resolution 1904, the city resolved to apply the remaining UDAG funds in accordance with the Air Center Capital Improvements Plan. So now we kind of want to get more specific with that. With Resolution 2128, we would want to commit those remaining UDAG monies, which is about $1 million at the state we're in right now, I believe, is my last information. And we would use those as matching funds for another federal grant, EDA grant, application of $2.787 million. And these funds would be used for improvements on Hangar 84 at the RAC. So this resolution would create that commitment to use those funds in order to apply for the federal grant. So this would provide those matching funds. And we do have a red line with some changes that were recommended by legal. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
All right. Any questions or comments, councilors? Seeing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-28, committing UDAG funds for a project at the Roswell Air Center. A no or nay rejects the resolution. When you respond, please make sure your microphone is on and activate your vote box. All those in favor of Resolution 21-28, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 21. Councilor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, on the recommendation of the Finance Committee and a vote of 3-0, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 21-29 to amend fiscal year ending June 30 of 2021 of the approved budget.
If you activate your motion button there, thank you. And I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Kennard to approve Resolution 21-29 budget adjustment for FY21. Mr. Fuentes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. So what we have before you is Resolution 2129. And basically, this is a resolution as a housekeeping item as we near the end of the fiscal year to be able to look at all of the funds and see where we're at and if it needed for any adjustments, because some of them may be exceeding the approved budget. As an example, since we started the fiscal year, we had furloughs built into the budget. However, since the furloughs were dissolved, We waited until the end of the fiscal year and see how much we needed to adjust the budgets. So again, that is part of what you'll be seeing here tonight. So what you see right now in the resolution, you have revenues in various funds totaling about $13 million, 13.8, and on the expense side, about 2.9. As you can see there, the list provides there all of the different funds with their individual amounts, and it's through, from all the way from the general fund, all the way to the end of all of the different type of categories that we have. What I wanted to provide here for you today is, because we have quite a bit of adjustments on the different funds, is I wanted to give you all a visual of how the resolution breaks down when you look at the numbers, because the resolution typically we present to you is a lot smaller, and we can kind of spend a little bit more time and explain what each adjustment is. In this case, because of the large amount, I wanted to kind of give you all just a broader overview of what are the major categories of these funds. So when you look at the revenue side of $30.8 million, as you can see on the right, you see a little box there with the general fund making up about $8.1 million of that adjustment. And then you look at the recreation bond debt service at $470, airport, solid waste, water, and the other. So the general fund on the pie chart makes about 59% of that adjustment of revenue. Moving on to the next slide, what I wanted to present here is, because the general fund is the biggest share of the revenue side of the adjustment, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into what is exactly the adjustment in the general fund side. And as you can see, most of that is because of the gross receipts tax. So again, when we developed the budget this fiscal year, we did not know what the impact of COVID was going to be with GRT. So we projected very conservative in a reduction of GRT, and we have seen over the months that we have been collecting at a normal trend, and of course, at the end of this fiscal year, we're going to see actually being on the plus side about $6 million more. And as you can see there, just on the two main categories, GRT municipal of 1.375%, we're looking at $3.4 million adjustment of GRT, and the GRT state share of 3.6. For a total revenue adjustment of $9 million, but because we generate more GRT, we also have to transfer some of that GRT to the funds that they belong to. So that's what you see there with a net of $8.1 million of the general fund revenue adjustment side. Now, on the expense side, again, wanted to kind of dive a little bit deeper into what makes up the total expenses of $2.9 million. Not as much as the revenue, but still $2.9 million. As you can see, general fund itself makes about $1.6 million of the expenses in the general fund. And then you can see all the other smaller adjustments that we're making on the expenditure side. When you look at where in the general fund those adjustments are hitting the most, as you can see on the right corner box there, in the general fund budget adjustment of 1.6, personnel was $1.3 million alone. Remember, as I stated earlier, when we started the fiscal year, we built in furloughs, and we dissolved them. But we ended up, of course, we were keeping up with employees, keeping their regular schedule and regular salaries, and here we are where we need to make some of those adjustments now. Again, housekeeping items, because at the end of the fiscal year, as we're trying to correct any issues so that we don't have any findings, we want to make sure that this is one of those. At the end of the fiscal year, we want to make sure all budgets are within the approved amounts by the council. And as you can see there, the personnel is 82%, with the operating side at 18%. And this resolution was presented to the Finance Committee on May 6th, and it was approved for recommendation at 3-0. And with that, Mr. Mayor and Council, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Kennard and Councilor Best. Councilor Kennard, you have the floor.
First of all, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a statement. I appreciate this because when we were in Finance Committee, I was really overwhelmed with all of the information, and the presenter, really didn't provide us a lot of good info at that meeting. So I just want to say I appreciate this because this is a lot, and I think that the constituents needed this breakdown as well. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilor Best, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm totally confused because, again, I'm not a finance person, so I have to trust the finance committee. I sat through the finance committee on TV because we can, and it's really cool that we get to do that. I'm still a little lost. The 13.8 million, did that come from where? Because you've got it broke down into revenue, and then you have some that have revenue, some that only have expenses, and I guess I'm a small peanuts person, and I'm not getting it. And go through it so fast to explain it. And I don't know what to say other than I have to trust my finance committee because they're the ones that have the brains to this. And maybe they need to sit with me longer and explain it to me and put it in hens and chickens and sheep and whatever I need to get it figured out. But it's a lot of money. And she's right, the public needs to know where it's coming from, where it's going, you know, what's taken out of what department and put into another department. I'm just really lost at this. So I just want to make that
Sure.
said.
And again, and Mr. Mayor and Councilor Best, as you can see on this slide here, when you mentioned about the $13 million, you're talking about the revenue, and it is new money that we did not anticipate in receiving this fiscal year. As I wanted to break down the biggest category, which was gross receipts tax, as you can see, I mean, again, this is new revenue, so when we look at and we say we're adjusting and we're increasing revenue, is because we underestimated what we thought was going to be the impact of COVID. And obviously, as we present on a monthly basis to the Finance Committee, the resolution, a graph of the GRT of what we're receiving every month. And over the months, we thought our line for that month was going to be low at the start of the fiscal year and then gradually grow.
So this 13,800 is just gross receipts tax.
No, ma'am. Which one?
So the 13.8 is just gross receipts. That's general fund.
No. Oh, that one. That one. That's the GRT slide. No, the 13 million is the entire adjustment that we're making in the revenue category.
Okay.
Okay?
And-
And what you see here in this slide here, Counselor, on the box on the box, you can see all of those numbers add up to the 13 million.
Yes?
Okay? So the biggest,
So this is where it's coming from.
yes,
So the general fund has got the revenue of $8,123,046, and our expense going out. What is the expense?
again.
What is the expense going out? You don't have it written down, it just says expense.
There-
And I'm,
There's the expense on that slide there, ma'am.
correct, but where did it come from? So the general fund has $8,123,006, and this is just smaller print, and the expense is $1,615,914. Where did the expense go? Did it pay bills?
No. Yeah, and again, the expense side, we're talking about two different categories and two different reasons why those categories are being adjusted. The revenue side is because, in the general fund, mainly is because of the GRT. On the expenditure side, as you can see on this slide here, when you ask the question on the general fund, how much of that is, where that is coming from, in this slide here, you can see, oh, I'm sorry. This slide here, you can see that the expenditure side, we are adjusting personnel at $1.3 million. Again, to account for the furloughs that were budgeted that were dissolved.
Okay, so I got that one. So what about the library grants? You got 34 coming in,
Okay.
the 23,800. So you see what I'm saying? I'm not seeing the whole picture because you've got expenses, but I don't know where the expenses went. You know, and I know we don't want to take time for this. I have to trust my finance committee that does their job. But it's not broke down enough for me to understand where it's coming from and where it's going to. And I understand we had extra GRT and all that during COVID and all that. But do you see where I'm coming from? I am a normal citizen out there. I don't have a bookkeeping degree or anything like that, thank God. And I have my own bookkeeper, so I don't have to deal with my income. But the folks out here don't understand this, and your charts, there's no direction in your charts to me. Now, to Jason there may be, to Margaret there may be, but to me, a normal person, there's not.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilor Best and councilors, one of the things that Summer provided us for this resolution, and this was through the use of the Tyler system, there's a piece in the program that's called Cubes, and basically that takes all the data from the budget and dumps it, and we can sort it out. So, for example, right now, I brought the laptop because I have that information. So when you ask the question, for example, in the library, what is that adjustment of the $34,000? I can look up at that line item detail and I can see that part of the adjustment is a library grant that we are accounting for. And then on the expenditure side, it is COVID supplies that also were part of what we built into the budget that we are adjusting. So we have the ability to dive in deeper and to kind of provide that information. And we can make that available if you like.
And that makes it easy. That tells me where that money went to. Now we have extra. Because your 34 minus your 23, where'd that extra? Is it still in the account? Is it still there for her to spend?
Yes, ma'am. And again, realize that.
Or did it get moved out to another place way out here?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Best, when you make adjustments to the budget, and you will see this in any resolution, they don't necessarily have to match dollar for dollar, because you may be accounting for a grant, but only adjusted a certain amount on the other side. Any adjustment that we make in a fund, that adjustment, or if there's money received by that fund, new money, it stays within that fund. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be completely budgeted as an expenditure, because it may be a carryover or it may be a reimbursement for something that already happened. So you will see in all of the resolutions that sometimes it's not going to be dollar for dollar in these adjustments, but the money does stay within that fund.
Okay, so I'm going to change a little bit here. So let's look at parks. So they get a certain amount of money in, they spend a certain amount of money. Jim, whoever is there, Kevin, whoever is there, decides to save money for a piece of equipment or something. Do you have a savings account within each department for that? Or do you swap it out of there and give it to another department? That's where I'm having a problem. In my
Sure.
mind, I'm not seeing where it's supposed to be.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilor Best, so what you're talking about now is not necessarily the budget adjustment resolution question. What you're asking now is a more budget question that we go through every year when we adopt the budget. And next week, when we have the budget workshop, we can definitely discuss that question particularly, because that is part of how we build a new budget every year. So again, I will be more than glad to kind of address that more in detail next week, because that is a budget question which we'll be addressing next week.
That's fine. All right, I'm going to yield, and I'm just going to trust Jason and Margaret, and who else is on your? Jacob? Yeah, that one. Okay. I'll trust him for now, but then I'm going to tackle it later. Sorry.
Certainly. Thank you.
I have no one else on my list. At
Thank
this
you.
time, I will call for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-29. A no or nay rejects the resolution. Please activate your microphone and activate the motion button when you respond. All those in favor of Resolution 21-29, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 22. Counselor Best.
Oh, that is me. I'd like to make a motion, propose ordinance 2004 to consider approval for advertisement to hold a public hearing on proposed ordinance 21-04, updating Chapter 8 of the Roswell Municipal Code.
Okay.
We've
If
been
you'll
at this one a long time.
Activate your motion
yeah.
button. I have a motion by Counselor Best and a second by Counselor Kennard to authorize advertisement for a future public hearing on proposed ordinance 21-04. Counselors, I will make note that this item and the next two after it are not final action on an ordinance. They are simply authorizing us to advertise for a future future public hearing and action. Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, Mayor. I can't say it any better than that, I believe. Council is asked to consider to advertise to hold a public hearing in the future on proposed ordinance 2104, amending Chapter 8 of the Camping and Campgrounds Ordinance. In October of 2020, if you recall, council considered changes to this Chapter 8, the municipal code regulating camping. At that October meeting, it was referred back to the Public Safety Committee for further work. Public Safety did consider this over the last 5 months and has recommended some revisions to this chapter. Revisions do include camping in permitted locations, no third-party camping on property, sleeping on public benches, sidewalks, bus stops is prohibited, and we did remove removal of nuisances on public property from Chapter 16 and included it in Chapter 8. No camping in right-of-ways, flood control areas, or other bodies of water. Public Safety and Legal Committee has reviewed this prior to October and has provided input on these changes. Public Safety did recommend at the April 13th meeting to send the full council with a vote of 4-0 to advertise for a public hearing. I'd just like to state I appreciate the Legal Committee, their review early on in this process, and also the Public Safety Committee and staff, city attorneys that have worked on this over the last 5 months. I'll stand for any questions.
All right. I have no one on my list at this time. Once again, councilors, this is simply an authorization to advertise for a future public hearing, at which time we would take final action. Since this is not the final action, this will be a voice vote. A yes or I approves the advertisement for a future public hearing on proposed ordinance 21-04. A no or nay rejects that approval. When you respond, please activate your vote button and you make sure your microphone is on. All those in favor of authorizing to advertise for a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-04 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Passes 9-0. Thank you. Next up is item number 23, Counselor Best.
I'd like to make a motion to consider approval to advertise to hold a public hearing on proposed ordinance 21-05, updating Chapter 16 of the Roswell Municipal Code.
And activate your motion button. I have a motion by Counselor Best and a second by somebody. Counselor Roebuck, to authorize an advertisement for a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-05. Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Once again, this is advertised, council to consider to advertise for hold a public hearing on proposed ordinance 2105. As stated on the previous one, the Public Safety Committee has reviewed this over the last 5 months as it was referred back to them in October. Revisions do include some language cleanup, remove duplications from other codes, language referring to Planning and Zoning Committee, which no longer exists. And I forgot to state in my prior presentation, red line versions have been provided for you in your packet, and I will make available to you anytime over the next month any of the staff that if you have any questions or concerns on any of the proposed changes, please give me a call. We'll be glad to set up meetings and visit to explain the reason for these changes. I'll stand for any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me. Thank you. I have Counselor Kennard. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question. In this, the city attorney was changed to the city manager, and you answered my question on the planning and zoning committee, but why did we make that change? I was just curious.
City manager is the boss. So, city attorney, we felt like Joe's the one that has the authority to send any of the staff out to do any of the work in the field and stuff. Of course, we go through our city attorney on any legal issues or whatever, but Joe is actually the only person that can hire, fire, and give instruction to our employees. So,
And it is city
Thank you.
manager or designee, so that
Yeah.
gives him the power to basically choose who he wants to do this function within the city.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. That exhausts my list. At this point, I'll ask for a voice vote. Once again, councilors, we are voting on the approval or disapproval of the authority to advertise for a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-05. A yes or aye approves that advertisement for the future public hearing and vote. A no or nay rejects that approval. Please activate your vote button and make sure your microphone is on. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Passes 9-0. Thank you. Next up, item number 24, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the legal vote of 3-0 to that I move to hold a public hearing and advertise for a public hearing during the June City Council meeting for ordinance number 21-6, authorizing and providing for the issuance and sale of its taxable industrial revenue bonds, Series 2021B, for the benefit of Leprino Foods Company in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $60 million.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs when she hits her motion button, and a second by Counselor Foster to authorize the advertisement to hold a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-06. Mr. Patterson.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So, an industrial revenue bond is a fairly convoluted creature in the law. I won't try and go into the details because I'm not sure I totally understand how they function either. But basically, the idea is that these bonds do provide tax incentives for economic development through incentivizing private infrastructure projects. So in 2019, the city did issue IRB Series 2019A for expenditures up to $90 million to finance improvements at the Leprino facility. So that ordinance that we passed also contemplated the second phase, which would have been phase 2, I guess. So now we are proceeding with that. They have completed the first phase. And so now we are issuing a second ordinance to issue that second series. We're calling it 2021B, and this one is to spend up to $60 million on that second phase of improvements. Just to be clear, although it's termed in, the phrase is, they say the city is issuing this bond, the city is not actually obligated to repay it, and in fact, it can't be. The city will never have to pay anything on this. It's totally up to Leprino to pay it back. So with that stated, I will say that we do have some representatives from Leprino here who amazingly have stuck it out to this point in the evening, and I would invite them to come up and share their thoughts.
We did have one of the gentlemen sign up to, come on up, sir. Go ahead and state your name and where you're from, and 3 minutes if you don't mind. Yeah, please.
Good evening. My name is Dan Alonzi. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer for Leprino Foods Company. Many of you know we operate a large cheese and dairy manufacturing plant here in the Roswell community. We've done it for we're coming up on 30 years now, and we've always enjoyed being a part of this community. We're here tonight, as Mr. Patterson said, to talk about the city's adoption of an ordinance that would authorize the issuance of the next tranche of industrial revenue bonds. This additional tranche will enable us to continue to make improvements and ensure the long-term viability of our Roswell facility. As Mr. Patterson mentioned, we did approve a $150 million series back in 2019, and then $90 million was issued. This would be for the follow-on next $60 million as we've invested that first $90 million to construct a wastewater facility, a cold storage warehouse, along with a new way operation. So at the time the Series 2019A bonds were issued, the city and Leprino did contemplate the issuance of this additional $60 million of Series 2019B or 2021B bonds, and we will be continuing the renovation of our facility, and this additional bond issuance will support the capital investment. I did want to mention real quick, too, that we have had discussions with the city manager and the mayor and some members of the council about our desire to make improvements to the Spring River Zoo, including a farmland experience, and so our commitment to that is about $2 million. So I did want to make that point tonight, too. So I'm here for questions.
All right, thank you. All right, I have Counselor Best. Counselor, you have the floor.
Mine is for Mr. Patterson. It's just for me to get educated. If we do this with anybody or some other city does this, and this isn't against you guys, if they don't choose to pay back, is the city not liable?
No, the city's general fund can never be liable for this. It's part of why this is allowed.
So who pays it if they default? This isn't against, it's just my education, guys, sorry.
No, so what the city acts kind of in a sort of like a fiscal agent in the sense that we're supposed to make sure that it does happen the way it's supposed to, but if there were a default, we would not be on the hook to pay it back.
Okay.
Leprino would be, although we might be called upon to help cause that to happen.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you. Thanks for my curiosity.
All right, I have no one else on my list. At this time, I'm going to ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the authorization to advertise for a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-06, the issuance of industrial revenue bond series 2021B for Leprino Foods. A no or nay rejects that authorization. Please activate your vote button and make sure your microphone is on when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Folks, just so you know, you're crazy for getting this out without having to. And for the good news is this, that the way our agendas are structured, the actual vote on a proposed ordinance is the first thing that will happen next month. So you can go to dinner after the vote instead of before. And on that note, we move on to item number 25. Councilor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve Mayor Kentai's recommendation for the Keep Roswell Beautiful Board for a 2-year term of position 4 to Donna Daniel.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry when he hits his motion button, and a second by Councilor Kennard to approve the nomination for position 4 with Keep Roswell Beautiful, Ms. Call.
I don't know, is it still evening?
Yeah, it's still evening.
Mayor, councilors, thank you. Councilor Perry, thank you, and I'll stand for any questions.
All right, Councilor Best has a question.
When I read this, it says somewhere that it has a city councilor as a liaison. Who is that liaison, just out of curiosity?
I'm not sure. I'd have to ask. I don't see anybody here to answer that question. I will find out and I will let you know.
Thank you.
I apologize. And also, before we go on to a vote, I have up there that we still have one position vacant. As of today, that's not true. We had someone resign, so now we have 2 positions vacant. It's a committee of 5, so now we'll be back down to 3.
Okay, so we are looking for two good candidates. Counselors, put your thinking caps on. If you have any candidates, please share that name and contact information with Ms. Call, and we will try and work through this. Any other questions or comments on this nominee? If not, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the nomination. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box and make sure your microphone is on when you respond. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 26. Councilor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we confirm your recommendations for the Roswell Museum and Arts Center Board of Trustees as follows. Position 2, Tim Hartwick for the first of 4-year terms. Position 6, Ann Baker for the second of 4-year term. Position 8 for Harry Kyle Bayless for the first 4-year term. And position 10 for Lorena Segovia for the second 4-year term.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry when he hits his motion button, and a second by Councilor Moore to approve the nominees presented. Ms. Call.
Thank you again, Mayor, Councilors. As you can see, position 4, Jessica Parham, has been stricken. I learned today that at our job fair, we were fortunate enough to hire her as an employee. So being an employee, she can no longer be on the museum board.
Okay.
I'll stand for any other questions.
Any questions, councilors? All right. At this point, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves this entire slate. A no or nay rejects it. By the way, I failed to follow our normal procedure because we have multiple nominees. Is there any objection to voting on this as a block?
The motion was made of all 4.
Yeah, I should have addressed that before, Counselor. I just want to make sure there's not a problem. And I apologize for that. That was my error. Okay, I don't see any problems with it. We'll proceed on with a vote. A yes or aye approves all 4 nominees. A no or nay rejects them. Please activate your vote box when you respond orally. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, 9-0. Again, my apologies, councilors, for stumbling on that one. Next up is item number 27. Councilor Best.
I'd like to make a motion to consider the approval to purchase 30 X7 tasers to replace a portion of the 26 tasers that we have.
I have a motion by Councilor Best when she hits her motion button, and a second by Councilor Kennard to approve the purchase of 30 X7 tasers. Chief Stanton.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Good to see you all again. What I'm here for tonight is to request approval of a purchase to replace 30 of our X26 tasers with the new flagship model X7 taser. As many of you are aware, tasers are real popular with police departments because they can prevent shootings while also protecting officers. Unlike baton, a taser can be used at a safe distance. Unlike pepper spray, there is no blowback, which reduces risk of officers being contaminated with the spray. Last year, the deployments for the department with the taser accounted for about a quarter of our total use of force incidents, 28 out of 117. We're currently outfitted with the X26 taser, which is extremely outdated and no longer manufactured or supported by the company. We currently own 60 of these X26 tasers, some of which we began carrying back in 2003. Our number of usable tasers has begun to dwindle as the batteries begin to deteriorate and the maintenance is required. At this time, Taser no longer makes replacement parts or batteries for the X26, and we've also lost the ability to download and track usage of the tasers through the software, which is a significant problem due to the recent legislation that came through that mandated additional use of force reporting to the state. The new taser that's out, the flagship model, is the X7. The This purchase and deployment of the X7 represents application of the cutting-edge technology offered by Taser. Taser as their typical support for a Taser when it's deployed is about 15 years, as with the last several models that they've had, which is why ours is now, the model that we have has now become obsolete. This technology will provide greater deployment range and accuracy with improved technology. Also, it gives an additional shot where our current tasers are basically a one-shot unit. This one actually offers 2 shots per unit without having to reload. The proposed purchase includes 30 tasers, analytics software, targets, extra batteries, charging stations, online training and updates, and enough cartridges to recertify our patrol division where the majority of our tasers are currently deployed, as well as a additional 4-year warranty on top of the 1-year standard warranty that comes with it. The total purchase cost of the tasers is $70,864. Our intent for this purchase is to utilize money already awarded through the Law Enforcement Protection Fund for replacement of equipment, and we will be doing the purchase through the Intergovernmental Cooperative Purchasing Agreement for the National Purchasing Partners, which piggybacks off of the RFP awarded by the League of Oregon Cities. That's all I have. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. I have Councilors Perry, Kennard, and Best. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question is 30 units what we need, or is 30 units what we feel we can afford at this time?
That's what we can afford at this time, sir.
Okay, I think that maybe I would like to see some considerations. I can't see where one is, but maybe let's look at the potential of getting the rest of these taken care of as soon as possible, especially since we have the ability right now to consider safety is very important, and so let's make that consideration a priority. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nebb, you okay with that? All right, thank you. I have Councilor Kennard, Best, and Foster. Councilor Kennard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Jason was reading my notes, so I'm just going to echo what he said. Thank you.
Okay. That leaves Councilor Best and Councilor Foster.
So are we going to move our old ones over to our new satellite division so we have something to start with?
Our intent for the current usable X26 tasers that we have is those will be shifted over to our specialty divisions for the detective units and the narcotics units, so that they have them. Currently, the way we have it deployed is each of those divisions is assigned only a couple tasers that they will take with them when they're executing warrants and stuff. They don't carry them as part of their normal uniform because they're in more of a dress-down uniform.
Okay.
So we'll convert the current ones that are usable into our specialty divisions until we can phase them out completely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Foster. That exhausts my list.
Thank you, Mayor. And that, Councilor Perry worded what I was going to say, because when you look and we have 60 and we're replacing with 30, it just was a worrisome thing. And so I concur that we need to go ahead and get those other 30s replaced for us. So.
Yes, sir. The 30 will outfit our patrol division, which is where the primary need is right now. Once we get staffing numbers up a little bit further and additional monies available, we'll look at phasing out the rest of them.
Right. And so that's what I was just going to put my 2 cents in worth, is to get the funding there to you. So, thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
All right, that exhausts my list. At this time, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the purchase of 30 X7 tasers. A no or nay rejects the purchase. Please activate your vote button when you respond. Please make sure your microphone is on. All those in favor of the purchase of 30 Model X7 tasers signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 28, Counselor Stubbs. Oh, and counselors, we're doing pretty good after all. We're close to our break for the closed session, so rather than taking a break here at 10 o'clock, I will, unless anyone seriously objects, continue on to the break for our closed session. Counselor Stubbs, sorry for the interruption.
No, thank you. I have to hit my button that says make a motion. Mr. Mayor, again, at the recommendation of the Legal Committee at a vote of 3-0, I move to approve the scope of work for RFP 21-006, seeking a qualified air service consultant to provide support for the Roswell Air Center for contracted period of 1 year with an option for the second year.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to approve RFP 21-006 scope of work. Mr. Stark, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilors. Counselor Stubbs, in your motion, you said that option for a second. Actually, there's an option for 3 one-year renewals in this proposal.
Then the abstract is wrong.
It is.
Okay,
So I wanted to correct that before we move any further.
do I need to restate that?
No, we're good.
Okay,
We're good. Yes.
Okay?
thank you.
So you have before you a request for approval of the scope of work for RFP 2106, which is a scope of work for air service development at the Air Center. If you remember, the last one was 2 years, because that's why the abstract was wrong, but I apologize for that. But we've had a good experience with the contract that we're in, so we want to extend it and allow the ability to go on for 4 years before we rebid it again, so 1 year at a time. We will seek proposals for qualified air service consulting, and then the current term that we have right now will end July 1. There'll be a short gap between the two contracts once we negotiate that. And as I mentioned, there are 3 additional 1 years. The services would include route analysis and air service development, a SCASD grant if we need to do that. Basically, it's the same as the one that we are in currently, wanting to do the same thing and have the same options to move forward, and I stand for questions.
I have no one on my list to ask questions. Therefore, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves RFP 21006 scope of work for an air service consultant. A no or nay rejects the RFP. Please activate your vote button and make sure your microphone is on when you respond. All those in favor of RFP 21-006 scope of work, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Thank you. Next up, item number 29, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This also is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee that I move to approve the award of ITB 21-002, improvements to the Roswell Air Center Taxiway A and J to Constructors, Inc. of Carlsbad, New Mexico, with a base bid total of $2,675,223.75 as presented.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Moore to approve ITB 21-002. Mr. Stark, long time no see.
Long time no see. This request is to approve the ITB to award this contract to constructors. As Councilor Stubbs said, bids were opened on August 6, 2020. We had 2 bidders, constructors and J&H Services. J&H Services was disqualified. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Okay. I have Counselor Foster. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
My major question is, I know when we voted on this, this was a ITB 20, because it was opened in August of 2020, and now we're having it as ITB 2102, and so I'm just wanting to know if if we're going to get in the weeds, I mean, before we go too far into the weeds, why this ITB number has changed? Because isn't the ITB on the RFP that?
So I'm showing ITB 2102 on the award recommendation letter, and probably because it was initiated and opened in fiscal '21.
Okay. I just remember, I was remembering in legal, it was a ITB 20 number, and that's, I mean, it threw us because, but okay.
Did we make a mistake?
That's what I wanted to check before we went further. Also, I wanted this to last a little longer.
No, I'm looking at the legal committee agenda, and it was 21-002.
Okay.
Okay. Kind of, it may have just been a long night for me.
And it's not done yet. More fun to come. All right, my only thought on this, Mr. Nebb, is that we have historically sent Air Center materials to legal, but something like this is very much of an infrastructure nature, and I'm wondering if in the future the infrastructure committee could be the entity that would handle this. Not that legal doesn't do a fine job, but this seems to me to fit right into the infrastructure scope. And so I'd like to throw it out there.
I'll confirm through the, all of our information to see exactly how to handle that.
Okay, because
Thank you.
this is basically fixing up taxiways Alpha and Juliet.
Correct.
Yeah, we're doing brick and mortar here.
Correct.
All right, so councilors, I have no one else on my list. This would be a voice vote, a yes or aye, approves the award of ITB 21-002, improvements to Roswell Air Center Taxiway Alpha and Juliet to Constructors, Inc. of Carlsbad. A no or nay rejects the award. Please activate your vote button and your microphone when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 10-12. Counselor Stubbs.
Mr. Mayor, again, at the recommendation of the Legal Committee at a vote of 3-0, I move to approve the redlined version dated 4-30-21 of a form agreement for affluent water use.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster. Now, before I call on Mr. Patterson, just so you know, there is another version, item number 30. I'd like us to hear from Mr. Patterson first, and then I'll entertain a motion on whether or not we act on the revised version. So we're not ignoring this, but we're going to let Mr. Patterson give us some background first. So, Mr. Patterson.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Currently, the city does sell treated effluent water, which is a byproduct of the wastewater treatment plant, and it does sell them to surrounding farms and other private property owners. This is a benefit to the city because otherwise we'd have to discharge this into the river, which would trigger all kinds of reporting and testing requirements with EPA and NMED and all of that. So this is a good thing for us to do from our point of view. And of course, also we do charge for the use of this effluent water. Currently, we are in a little bit of a limbo. We don't have written agreements with everybody. Many of them have expired. The idea here is to get one standard form agreement that can be approved at this level, and then when we go with the individuals who are taking our water, we already have the agreement, and we can execute it and have it Joe sign it and have them sign it without having to bring each one to you because you've already approved the form. So when you look at the document that's in your packet, it doesn't have a name of who it's about, and there's a blank Exhibit A. That's going to show the property in question and include that point, show where the infrastructure is and the point of diversion, where the meter is and all that. So that Exhibit A is going to produce that, but it's going to be specific to each individual customer. Currently, as written, customers would pay $6 $6.25 per acre feet, up to an amount to be determined between the wastewater treatment plant and the customer, and then $7.50 for every acre feet thereafter. We're also including in there a 3% or CPI adjustment, which has not in the past been there, which is why this number $6.25 has been what we've charged them for quite some time. So with this agreement, we can hopefully start to address some of these issues. The legal committee did recommend that to address this question, we would insert some language, and it's redlined in the packet version that you have, to say that the city would reserve the right to increase those fees, basically at its discretion, with 30 days written notice. So that version was approved by the legal committee, or recommended for approval, I should say, on April 29, and so now we do ask you to consider approving this effluent use agreement form. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Councilor Roebuck. Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to offer an amendment, which are the changes as presented in the handout that I believe, Parker, you have a copy of this, correct? And so you've looked this over already?
Actually, I drafted it.
Oh, fantastic. Even better. So as drafted by our illustrious city attorney.
All right, I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck to amend, and I have a second by Councilor Best. So we are now on an amended version of the effluent agreement. Councilors, all transparency, this is my fault. I discussed this matter with Mr. Nebb and Mr. Patterson. The point I'm making here is that we have the need to do a major overview of our whole affluent situation. What are we doing with it? What are we charging for it? Historically, we have had $5 an acre foot, which I have been told by people in the agricultural community is ridiculously low. Even with the $6.25, it would still be low. So the only changes are that these would be one-year terms instead of 3, and the delivery point is going to be pictured or designated on Exhibit A. Delivery point is a significant feature because everything prior to the delivering point is a city responsibility. Correct me if I get any of this wrong, Mr. Patterson. Anything after the delivery point is on the end user's responsibility. And the final point is that the price would be $15 per acre foot, not $6.25, and the excess rate would be $20. So that's, like I said, those are, I am at fault for causing this, and we are now on the amendment. And on the amendment, is it Councilor Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Parker, the words that are in blue on the new red line.
So that is just product of Word. What happens is when you have categories that are auto-filled, if you have track changes on, when you print it, it flips them into blue. And that's also why you have that gunk on the side. So that's just a product of Word.
And so why does, I guess I'm just confused, in the very first sentence it says this effluent use, and then it scratches the word effluent use.
Right, that's a product of when you do, if you try and print it with track changes, it does that. It's a glitch in Word. It's not intended to be that way.
Okay, so the words are in blue are intended to stay in.
Yes.
That are not stricken.
Right.
And then the words or numbers in red that are added are there to be added if it's not stricken, correct?
Right, and they weren't supposed to be in blue, they just got in blue because, again, if you print something with autofill categories in Word, and you have track changes on, it does all this stuff. It creates all these blue things and adds all this gunk on the side.
So this is the first time that I'm seeing the new draft as completely put together. As I read in number 1 of term, it looks at as there's 3 additional periods of 11 years. And mine has a 1 in red and a 1 in blue. If what's in blue is staying, I just want to make sure, I know it's not right, but I just want to make sure that we get that correct. And
oh, that's the handwritten one.
Am I incorrect in,
Right, it should say 1 year.
okay. So one of those, whether red or blue, needs to be stricken, and then you've got 1 year. Okay. Everything else, I think I understand. That's what's presented. Thank you.
Ms. Call, are you comfortable with understanding that correction of the, I would call that a clerical correction? All right. Any other, Counselor, you still have the floor. Any other comments or questions? At this time, I'll ask for a voice vote on the amendment. This is not a final approval. This is whether or not we adopt the amended version with the 1 year term instead of 3 and the $15 instead of $625. So a yes or I approves the amended version. A no or approves the amendment. Excuse me, I apologize. I too am slipping. A yes or I approves the amendment. A no or nay rejects the amendment. Please activate your vote button and your microphone. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
I have a vote of 8-1 with 1 nay. We are now on an amended effluent use agreement. Any further discussion? Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hate to muddy the water, but I'm going to make an amendment to the amended agreement, if I may. On page 3 of the amended agreement, on item 3, compensation, where the last sentence of that subsection has been deleted, I would like to, instead of that, I'm not saying bring that back, but instead of that, at the end of that subsection, I'd like to add the sentence, during any renewal term, the above rates shall increase by at least the CPI, urban, or 3%, whichever is greater.
All right, repeat that for me one more time, Counselor.
Yes, sir. During any renewal term, the above rates shall increase by at least the CPI, urban, or 3%, whichever is greater.
All right, I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Counselor Perry. Mr. Patterson, are you comfortable that you understand this verbal amendment?
Yes.
Ms. Call, are you comfortable? Okay, we are on a motion to amend. Any discussion on this motion to amend? If not, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I makes the amendment. Will you read it one more time, Counselor Stubbs?
Certainly.
Counselor Foster, do you want to debate?
Yeah, I guess our box not working.
I'm sorry.
Is it not showing? Okay.
I'm sorry, Counselor Stubbs. Let's hold.
Well, I was just, I mean, the idea of that is just so that we don't get it into the same thing as where we are at now. We're $15 right now, might be up. I don't even think that's still market rate.
No.
And so this allows us the ability to increase as we didn't have this in before and why we're in this position right now, so.
And full disclosure, counselors, it is my desire, Mr. Nebb has heard me say this over and over again, to have a major overview of this and of essentially a significant rewrite within the next year or two on this whole agreement, and that would include involvement from the Interstate Stream Commission and the PVACD. But at this point, we do not have written agreements with our effluent customers, and we need to do this to get the stopgap filled. So, Counselor, would you repeat the amendment one more time?
Oh, certainly. During any renewal term, the above rates shall increase by at least the CPI urban or 3%, whichever is greater.
Okay. Counselor Perry, I apologize. Were you wanting to discuss this, and I apologize?
That's fine. No, we needed to hear from Counselor Stubbs if she had anything, any explanation as to why she put that in, I guess, and then I have comments. I'm tired.
I do, Mr. Mayor, if that's all right.
Oh.
Just very, very quickly, I think we're all tired. Again, I appreciate the discussion that we had earlier when I recommended this before, but this again, of course, is before any of our customers have looked at this. But like it in there for the same reason, I think it's important that whoever looks at this agreement knows that there will be an increase of some kind prior to them signing off on the agreement. So this is basically saying that anytime there's a renewal, that there shall, and I put the word shall in there, be an increase of at least the CPI or 3%, so.
Okay, fair
Thank
enough. Anything else on this amendment?
No, sir, I think that explanation's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote on the amendment. The amendment, as we have heard, a yes or aye approves the amendment, a no or nay rejects the amendment. Please activate your vote button and make sure your microphone is on. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, I have a vote of 7-2. So we are now on the amended Second Amendment of the Effluent Use Agreement. Unless there is further discussion or debate, I will ask for a voice vote on this Effluent Use Agreement. I see none, therefore, I will ask for a yes or aye if you approve of the Affluent Use Agreement as amended. A no or nay rejects the Effluent Use Agreement. Please activate your vote button and your microphone being on. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. With explanation.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I have 8-1. Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mayor. I went and voted for this because I believe we're going to renegotiate this anyway, and so the amendment that the Counselor Stubbs made is really a moot point. But I did certainly disagree philosophically within a contract. Basically, instead of establishing a ceiling, we established a floor as far as the rates, and as from a business standpoint, I don't think that's a friendly way to negotiate a contract. We should be letting people know what's the maximum they're going to be paying, not what the minimum is. I yield.
All right. Number 31 is up next. Counselor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, I'd like to consider approval of a use of $103,566.70, which is equal to the remaining uncommitted funds for the 2018 Library General Obligation Bond B Fund to create an interactive learning wall in the Malone Room, and I dare say a water-themed learning area in the children's area.
I have a motion by Counselor Foster and a second by Counselor Best to approve the use of $103,566 of uncommitted funds from a 2018 Library General Obligation Bond Fund to create interactive and a water-themed learning area. Ms. Costley.
Mayor and Council, thank you for your time. I'm requesting use of the 2018 Library General Bond funds for a library service project. We wish to create in the children's area an interactive learning area that will reflect the history and culture of Roswell. And we will also note that the plan does have some fundraising in it that has a design that will celebrate the oil and gas industry with a learning area shaped as a car. The General Service voted to recommend this project and is 3-1.
All right. 3-0. Or 3-1.
all the members that were there, Counselor Foster, Counselor Best, and Counselor Moore voted to approve.
All right.
And I thank them for that.
Any questions or comments, counselors? If not, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the commitment of these funds from the 2018 general obligation bond to these projects. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please, activate your vote button and your microphone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience in sticking this out.
And thank you.
Next up, item number 32, Counselor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve for the city manager to enter into a contract for the selection of professional services for redistricting of city wards.
All right, I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Kennard to approve for the city manager enter in a contract for selection of professional services for redistricting of city wards. Mr. Nebb.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you. Let me start with we have an obligation after every census, every 10 years, we have to review our districts, our ward boundaries, and consider the changes within the population. So that's why we're bringing this forward. I'll share the detail within this. So we are expecting the census counts for Roswell for the redistricting in September of 2021. Here's the state law that governs. We have until the year end to complete our redistricting. And then, however, to date, we rely heavily upon the Secretary of State to provide information. We have not received any yet. So this thing is continuing on. But that's the specifics of the information. Just a little background and then into the recommendation. We have hired Dave Kunko on an as-needed basis. He'll serve as a city representative through the process as well, helping staff. And the city is recommending the hiring of a demographer to assist. They said I couldn't say it very well, but I did just fine. Demographer. All right, sorry. There was a bet going on, and I think somebody just won. City is recommending the hiring of a demographer to assist with the compilation of the data necessary to complete the census. We initially went out and received 2 professional service proposals to serve as the demographer for the redistricting. However, within that time frame, it was a long period of time as we were looking at trying to get this ready to bring to you. So I asked for a resubmittal of proposals. At that time, we were only able to receive 1 proposal in the resubmittal. And so we do have 1 proposal received from New Mexico Demographics Research for an amount of $26,000. In the abstract, I'm stating that the budget for the redistricting will be approximately $35,000, and that is to cover any other incidental costs that are associated with the redistricting. And so we are looking for that submittal. This is the proposed timeline within the scope of the proposal that was received. So you can see that our work will pick up very quickly toward the end once we are able to receive the census information. And this is the intent in order to get it done. So right around Thanksgiving would be when we would receive a final plan. I do stand for any questions on our recommendation of hiring New Mexico Demographic Research for the amount of $26,000.
Any questions or comments, counselors? This is going to be a major endeavor, and I caution all of us, all of you, because this doesn't affect the mayor's race, but I anticipate the ward boundaries will have to change because of the change in growth in this community. And this could get rather contentious, honestly. So, or not. We can try and be optimistic, but I try to be fair and honest with you guys. So, since we have no questions or comments, a yes or aye authorizes the city manager to enter into contract agreement with New Mexico Demographic Research. A no or nay rejects that. please activate your vote button and have your microphone on. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
And the vote is 8-1. All right, we are now in the public participation on non-agenda items. I had two individuals sign up, Leslie Andrews and Carolyn Mitchell. Are they present?
No, Mr. Mayor, they had to leave right before the 8 o'clock break. We will be talking with both of these individuals. It concerned the adult center, and so we'll be working with them starting as of even tomorrow. So
Okay,
they apologize for
that's not a problem. Moving on to item number 33, Counselor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I move we go into closed session pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated in 1978, State Statute 1015-1H and 7, to discuss attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation with the state of New Mexico relating to House Bill 2 and with Taxation and Revenue Department, and New Mexico statutes annotated of 1978, State Statute 10-15-1H and 8, for the discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights relating to potential lease of land at the Roswell Air Center.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry when he hits the motion button.
I'm kidding.
And a second by Counselor Moore to go into closed session as presented. Any discussion on this matter? This is a roll call vote. A yes or aye takes us into closed session. A no or nay keeps us in open session. Once again, a yes or aye takes us into closed session to discuss the matters presented. A no or nay keeps us in open session. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Oropesa? Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Councilors, it is 10:37. We will reconvene in there at 10:45. Where are we meeting, Ms. Call? The far room, in the far room, at 10:45. All right. We're actually doing better.
I think it was.
All right, here we go. We got one more minute. Counselors, come on in, get your seats. We do still have action items. In Roswell. All right. Okay, dokie, I've got 11:50. 11:50, we are back in session. Counselor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, the council's back in open session at 11:50. We had a closed session pursuant to New Mexico State statutes annotated 1978, 10-15-1H and 7, to discuss attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation with the state of New Mexico relating to House Bill 2 with the Taxation and Revenue Department and NMSA 1978, 10-15-1H and 8 for the discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights relating to the potential lease of land at the Roswell Air Center. No action was taken and no votes were cast.
All right, thank you, Counselor. We're now on item number 34, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve a lease with the Economic Development Corporation for Building 93 at the Roswell Air Center for a term of 1 year commencing June 1st, 2021 through May 31st, 2022, with no rental income due to the fact that the EDC will make comparable improvements to the building to include all other terms and conditions of the lease.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve a lease with the EDC, but let me quickly ask, do we need to make that July 1 instead of June 1?
I think probably fine with June 1, we are.
The EDC says it's acceptable for July 1.
Okay, July.
Yeah, based upon the conversation and everything, that because of the work that we are doing ourselves, July 1 would be a
Okay.
more appropriate date than June 1.
Okay.
I'm sorry then.
No, I'm glad you recited that because I think it's important we get this right. So we're all in agreement. Mr. Patterson, you are acceptable. Ms. Caldwell, you're acceptable and Mr. Spiritu, you're acceptable that it will be July 1. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Mr.
No.
Stark.
May I just ask a question
Sure.
very quickly? Does that mean we extend it to June 30th of 2022 to make it a full year?
I would
So
do
both
that.
of those.
I would do that.
Okay.
So commencing July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Stark.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and councilors. As Councilor Stubbs mentioned, this is a request for a lease for Building 93 for a 1-year lease beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022 for no rental, with consideration being the improvements to the building. I stand for questions.
All right. Any questions or comments for Mr. Stark? This is the building in question. All right. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the lease agreement being running from July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. A no or nay rejects the lease. Please activate your vote button and your microphone when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Counselor Moore, there you go. 9-0, it passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Stark, Mr. Spiritu. Thank you. We have committee reports. Briefly, counselors, I'm going to run through this. These are items that are before your committee that have not yet come to the council that may be of interest. Brevity is critical in this time of night. Finance Committee, anything you wish to share with the council as a whole?
I think I'd get smacked if I shared anything. We won't go home. We're good.
Thank you, Counselor. General Services Committee, anything you want to share?
We're good.
All right. Infrastructure.
No report.
Legal Committee.
You saw it all tonight. We're okay.
Public Safety?
Nope.
All right. Future agenda items. Anything that the council would like to see added to the next agenda?
Nope.
All right. If you think of something, please feel free to approach me. We will be happy, or Mr. Nebb, we will be happy to
Yes, sure.
accommodate where possible. All right. We're now down to the city manager's.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'm looking at the over-under on the time. No, just one topic. Next Thursday at 5 o'clock,
Yes.
we will be holding our preliminary budget meeting. We will be going through the budget that we have prepared over the last few weeks with you, and we hope that you are appreciative of what's all involved in that. We'll be putting the book together starting tomorrow. I believe we might have copies in some of the mailboxes by then, so I'll leave my report at that unless there's any questions.
Yeah, we will be voting on at the.
Correct. That'll be the difference from last year, is that we will go ahead and take a vote on the preliminary budget, just so that everybody can approve, because we have capital, we have everything in there, and so we want to go ahead and just make that decision, so that when we get to the final budget in July, it'll just be the real numbers as we end the year. So, thank you.
Well, all right. And I doubt that we'll be completely out of the building in the next 4 minutes, because if we are not out of the building in the next 4 minutes, it will be Miss Stephanie's birthday. She is going to be 23. That's what I was thinking, 23. All right.
Mr. Mayor.
I know. Okay, Councilor Perry.
I just have a question. I know that we're getting to a place to where New Mexico is getting more of the vaccinations done, more people getting vaccinated. I just heard that there may be the federal recommendation from CDC about masks maybe changing and different things. I have heard that there's the possibility that committees may be changing location.
Oh, yes.
So could we discuss that, and
Yes.
will we continue with this current dais, or what are we looking at?
Okay, we discussed it at the beginning, but yes, starting next week, the committee meetings will be at City Hall in the large conference room.
And council itself, will we continue on the
Right here.
floor?
We will be here next Thursday, and our monthly meetings will be here.
If you're comfortable with this setup, we can stay with this setup for a while?
I'm comfortable with this setup.
Yeah, I like this.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and then standing committees will be back at the City Hall. And I think Stephanie was telling us all earlier, after tonight, she feels older. Just saying.
We're getting there. I mean, it's 11:58. We could delay this for another, oh, no, maybe we shouldn't. So it's 11:58. We are adjourned. Not bad.
Are you driving home, or is your wife coming for you?